They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built the foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a legacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody doesn't pray for us. Nobody doesn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
Peace to the family. Let's get it.
The African Day Parade. You don't see the Africans. You got the festival that be going on in Brooklyn, the band festival, the African festival. Where's the Africans at? When we doing our rallies and our marches, where's the Africans at on your side? Talk to us really about that, man.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force. You talking about deaf, blind, and dumb. Don't confuse you because somebody got on some printed cloth that's printed in Holland or India that you're looking at an African cultural expression. That's not an African cultural expression. That cloth was printed in a European country and then sold to Africans. And they've accepted that as their cloth. You understand what I'm saying? Just that piece. Now, they do speak the language, but they know less about their history than you and I do. So you've got a deaf, blind, dumb, backwards person speaking an African language, coming from the African country, came here to be a parasite on eat on and play down, because these people are so punked out and scared of the white man that they feel because they're scared of the white man, they got to be against us. In the 60s, when you couldn't defeat us with the vote, we defeated you. You couldn't defeat us with a lot of the legalisms. Said you had to. Shots fired! So the way you defeated us said, we're going to bring another employable population in the country that not going to ask for those labor laws.
All I want you to do is dispute me.
Put your butt on the sideline, put you on the unemployment line, and then we're not going to give you unemployment. That's what happened in America. Big time across America.
Our people, brother, or are we our own people now?
No, we got to understand two things. We have a race, and then we have an ethnic place. Ethnically, we African Americans. Just like a guy from Africa, he can say he's African, but there's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation.
There's no country called African. He's either Nigerian, Ghanaian, Malian, or something. That's his ethnic nation.
Racially, we are together, but
Economically, we may well be enemies.
Hotep, my brothers and sisters, I am your brother and leader, Dr. Fool John Doe, and I'm here on behalf of our first national and international leader of Pan-Africans. I'm here in place of him as his successor as the current leader of all Pan-Africans. I've created a new name for Pan-Africans from all over the world, and it is Daffy Ducks, which stands for Descendants of African Fleers to America. My hope is to Africanize Black Americans and make them the generic African and to swap places and make Africans from Africa the generic black people. With you all help, and with the help of COINTELPRO from America to Russia, I believe we can accomplish this. Salam alaikum.
Shut up!
So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational black Americans, the descendants of American slaves. You've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational black American, I'm always... But unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that, okay? I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to get, you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were getting credit for. Does that make sense?
Let him cook now.
Which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican, he is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting in their words that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything,
people.
but they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years, I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've
100%.
got, you've got a point of view that is legitimate. I think.
Yeah. And they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's for sure.
100%.
They're definitely heritage Americans, if anyone is.
All I want you to do is dispute me.
You have said that you resent the idea of being called an African American, that
Yes.
you are a black American.
Yes.
Explain.
I think that when they call black people who were born and raised for generations in this country, if you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago or New York or Detroit or wherever you were born. For generations your family's been here, built this country too. Sweat and tears and all that, fought in every war, okay? So this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country.
I'm always going to be known as a black American. I can't call myself an African American because when they want to separate us, then they say we are African American. But remember this, when I'm competing in the Olympics, I didn't compete on the African American Olympic team. I competed on the American Olympic team. So don't separate me when you want to separate me.
All I want you to do is dispute me.
African-American, I'm an American. I am a black American. I am definitely black. And yes, my ancestors come from Africa. How long does a bloodline have to live in one land before they are considered a pure species of that land? Meaning, how long do my people have to be in America to say, hey, no, we're American, compared to some people who are English American, who are Irish American, who are German American from their ancestors, but they get to call themselves American. There's nothing wrong with being African American, but a true African American is someone that is from Africa and moved here, either first generation or second generation, and has a tie to that country that I do not have. One of the first census in Virginia that allowed for black people to have a name was somebody from my family.
So Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a black American. So I consider myself a black American. I don't consider myself an African American. Because Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
I don't mind the term African American. I don't want to be called African American.
Why is that?
I'm not African.
There you go. That how Afro get in front of my motherfucking race. I ain't never been to Afro-Con. I never been to Africa. Afro or Africa. Never been there. I'm not from Africa. I'm born and raised in Goose Flip. I'm born in Goose, raised in Liberty City in the Poker Bean Project. Ain't never went to Africa. Ain't thinking about going there. And I heard it's a beautiful place. Yeah. And I know it's the best. But not my mother, not her mother, and not her mother's mother. That ain't their land.
Black History Month, we're highlighting foundational Black Americans whose ingenuity, innovations, and labor play a critical role in American culture and infrastructure. Next guest is working to ensure that foundational Black Americans' contributions are known. By author and creator of Foundational Black American Legacy, Teresa Allman. She joins me now. Teresa, hey, thank you so much for your time. But I was curious, what inspired you to make videos spotlighting foundational Black Americans?
Bruh. Yeah, you did quite a introduction there. You did most needed, introduction to the family. You see what I'm saying? Let's get rid of some of them. Okay, so what I'm showing you right here is a comparison between something that's homogeneous, that's on the left side, okay? Things coming together equaling one thing, inseparable. They're no longer what it used to be, compared to something heterogeneous, okay? That is something, you see an onion is added to the mix, tomatoes and lettuce and broccoli, whatever else, and we still see it separately. Okay, so when we say ethnogenesis, when we say possibly some indigenous people, Native American, or however you want to use the term, when we say those people could be possibly thrown in there, people of African descent thrown in there, European descent, that when you mix that together, it doesn't look like on the right side. So that means you're no longer that. You're mixed to be something new. So the African descent person is no longer that. The indigenous person is no longer that. And any European ancestry, you're no longer that. You become what's on the left. You become a homogeneous, new something different from what you were previously. And that is called FBA. That is called Freedmen. That is called ADOS. I'm so glad that Tariq Nasheed finally, broke that down, because I've been saying that for the longest. All right, so here's an image of what we're talking about. You dig? Heterogeneous compared to homogeneous. So when people try to act like we're not a new people and hold on to what you originally were, that's the problem. You dig? It's like, listen, you want to be African, go be African. Go move your ass back to Africa. You want to be, Native, there you go. Go do that. So we're not saying you don't have African ancestry, Native ancestry, or even European ancestry, right? We're saying you become a homogeneous mixed. All that produced 400 years of that combined with Jim Crow, slavery, enslavement, all that right there. All the inventions, innovations, hip hop was not created by Africans or natives, you dig? That was created by foundational Black Americans. Our culture, the great innovations, inventions were not created by Africans, white people, or natives. That was created by the homogeneous mixture of all those people combined. Okay, so don't mix that up if you don't mind. All right. And if you think I'm wrong, listen to the words of Brother Reject.
All I want you to do is dispute me.
You dig? So you already know what vibes we bringing today. Right. So my man been running his mouth about we don't know reparations. He know reparations. He did this, did that, did this. And we thinks he's a liar. We thinks he's doing this.
You are deceiving people.
Right. That's what you're doing, brother. So we're gonna piece up your claims one by one, family. If you don't mind, as you're tuning in, click the like button. Okay, click the like button. We're gonna get into it. I want this video to be used as a reference point for all people who are of the lineage that run into these brother rejects with the plebiscite babble, claiming that we don't have a reparations case, because you seen Ross' son come over here and pretty much try the same thing with me. He came with some reparation cases and they failed and flopped. So their pessimistic fleeing spirit was that we must flee and flop. And I kept saying to these weirdos, like, yo, what that got to do with us? Like, you're naming failed cases. Okay. What that got to do with FBA though? You dig? So you'll see that happens. Brother Reject is going to talk about failed reparations cases and pretend that somehow impacts our case. It becomes the precedent for us. So you'll see this Brother Reject guy misuse one court case, which is the Farmer Pellman versus Fleet Boston. You'll see Rasun do something similar, right? That was 2006 with Judge Posner, right? He claimed that the reparation base was, hold on one second. Had a quick phone call. Yeah. So he claims that by all these court case rulings that reparations based on ancestry is impossible. He also claimed descendants have no legal claim, right? He talks about courts already shut it down completely. So there's no point in talking about reparations. Let's deal with his African booty scratcher city plan. So go watch my video on that, debunking his African booty scratcher city plan. So none of those things is what the court rulings were about. So let me not belay it any further. Let's hear from the man's mouth himself. Hold on.
So they hijack that term and make it FBA, right? But create a whole new lineage.
Stop the cap.
Wait a minute. They tout what you call reparations. None of them are lawyers.
Stop the cap.
None of them know law. So who are they supposed to use? Oh, we're going to build a movement for people to come on board. I'm going to show later in this presentation that they don't know a damn thing about reparations. Nothing. All they have is claims about reparations. They don't know that reparations from the Deirdre Palmer lawsuit, right, that Judge Posner in the appellate court said a harm to your ancestors is not a harm to you.
Oh my God.
So he also said that in federal court, it's going to be dismissed because it's a political question. What is a political question? A political question is that not the courts, but Congress is best suited, and governments like local government, they are best suited for reparations. That's a fact. Another reason it's going to be dismissed is because of time barred, right? They say, and I will show it to you, that looking at any group of people who have a claim 150 years ago, right? That is time barred. It's going to be dismissed.
Stop the cap.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
They asked me, well, Brother Reggie.
Stop the cap.
Well, since you talking so much, what is our plan? Well, our plan is really, really simple. Our plan is local government, city, state, and county. Really, city and county. They have their own laws. In those places, we can get reparations.
Shut up!
Right? Brother Reggie taught more than 10 years ago about local reparations.
Bruh. No.
Today, all of the reparations activities are in local city, state. The
Dr.
FBAs, because you don't know law, right, do not know that they are
Give me 1 second, please. My screen has frozen. Untethered and sent me a tether bot. Okay, let me clean the infestation. Okay. Let me close out some folders. Bang. Bang. Okay. Why the hell is it on mute? Let's go back. Let me close some. Okay. Boom. Give me a second to close out some folders. Okay. Okay, we're back. Avoid the future freezing.
could wage suit in the amendment clause. Don't know law, right? Do not know that they are hurting any concept that we may have of reparations.
Bruh.
Why? Because of the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment, right, protects all citizens from race arguments. 14th Amendment clause. So that means what happens is any city, state, local government who is trying to implement reparations, who voted it in, right? An equal protection opponent could wage suit and say that if you say race, you say ancestry, right? Governments can't give it to you. City, state, local, federal government can't give it to you. That's the 14th Amendment. Why? Because you use race, you use ancestry. It can't be given to you that way. That is the law of the United States. Simple and clean. How do we know this? Is because we've had cities, counties that have, and states that have tried to implement reparations, voted it in, studied, and they had to turn it back because of suits. For example, Asheville. Now, Sarnetta, I'm coming out of retirement just for this. Just for this. I want the FBA's best. I'm going to show a video, that's what I was rendering, of me being on a show last night. I want you to analyze the show before I analyze it. The person who I was talking to, let's call it a debate, right? Let's call it a debate. Had no facts. None. Just claims. You're wrong. You're old. You're a dumbass. On this platform, Black News 102, Sarnetta Studio, Sarnetta TV, right? We don't just listen to people. We debate it.
I'm here, Reggie.
Yes.
No, you called me, right?
No.
Okay, so he called him earlier, and Sarnetta was, I believe, asleep because the dude is so damn boring. Okay, doing this video was so boring. I was falling asleep, waking up, had to put Folgers in my cup. Okay, so I believe, and you'll see different moments where Sarnetta, I believe, was knocked out. Okay, so he woke up and was like, "Hey, you called me? Yeah, I called you 15 minutes ago." So that's why Sarnetta, like, "Hey, I'm here." Now you wake up, "Hey, I'm here." Yeah, but the dude was so boring. I believe he kept falling asleep because he was totally absent every time he called his name. You'll see.
Oh. No, I didn't call you. I was talking about you. 5 years or 6 years, we've had to deal with this motley crew of people, mostly social influencers, right? And I'm not banging on directly on my brother Tariq Nasheed.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Sarnetta knows him. I know him. I respect him. I simply disagree with him. This is the United States Court of Appeals, 7th Circuit, 2006, right? Okay, so let's go to the point of his decision. Well, he talks about 9 suits were filed in federal court on reparations. They collapsed it to 1. That's a short summary of it, right? Okay, so they say that the defendants in this case are companies or successors, which are descendants, right, to companies that provided services such as transportation, finance, and insurance to slave owners, right? At least 2 of these defendants were slave owners. The predecessor of the bank defendants once accepted 13,000 slaves as collateral on loan. So it seems that we should get reparations based on these companies involved in the slave trade, right? Should be, right? Okay, so the legal basis of the plaintiff's federal claim is 42 USC section 1982, which provides that all citizens, that's us, of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory as enjoyed by white citizens. We should, right? So we should get reparations, right? Okay, so then he says over here, the political question bars federal courts from adjudicating disputes that the Constitution has been interpreted to entrust other branches of the federal government. So right here, he tells you, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give it to you because this is a political question, and we can't deal with a political question. Other branches of the government, the city, state, and local, they are best entrusted to do this. So right now, the appellate court is saying, I'm going to hear you out, but I just want to let you know before I waste any more time on slavery and descendancy, right, that we can't give it to you, right?
Not the cap.
Now, the case sought reparations for the wrongs of slavery, which would encounter similar obstacles. A case that sought reparations for the wrongs of slavery would encounter similar obstacles. That means any cases. But the plaintiffs have been careful to cast their litigation as a quest for conventional legal relief. Okay, so he's saying, okay, so I would have dismissed it, but you cast it a little bit differently. So let me just entertain you. Okay, right? Okay, so then I want to get to the point of ancestry. Of the more defendants violated state law by transporting slaves in 1850, and the plaintiffs can establish standing to sue, meaning that you are somehow connected to these people directly, prove the violation despite its antiquity, its time barred, establish that the law was intended to provide a remedy, right? You got to establish that, either directly or providing the basis for a common law action for conspiracy, conversion, or restitution, to lawfully enslaved persons of their descendants, identify their ancestors. You dumb people, FBAs, you have never showed your great-grandpa. You can't do a claim without identifying their ancestors, and then you have to quantify damages incurred and persuade the court to toll the statute of limitations. There'll be no further obstacle to granting relief. But what he's saying is you can't do it. Okay? Okay, we don't think that you could do it, and these plaintiffs didn't do it. So right now, okay, you have to identify your ancestors. You can't be saying FBA in court. Okay, so now, here goes. Insurance business was competitive back then, and the plaintiffs do not argue that it was not. Aetna did not profit in the economic sense from the transactions of which the plaintiffs complain. Its profit would have just be its cost of equity capital. In any event, it would have been distributed any profits from the transaction to the shareholders long ago. All that to one side, there is a fatal disconnect between the victims and the plaintiffs, meaning the plaintiffs are the people who are suing for reparations, and the actual victims, the actual people who endured this process and suffered. When a person is wronged, he can seek redress. And if he wins, his descendants may benefit, but the wrong to the ancestor is not a wrong to the descendants. For if it were, then problems of proof to one side, statutes of limitations would be toothless. A person whose ancestor has been wronged 1,000 years ago could sue on the grounds that it was a continuing wrong and he is one of the victims. So the court just showed that Afro elite and 95% of the FBAs don't know what they're talking about with reparations. So we can't sue based on our ancestors for reparations. But he says I'm a dumbass. I don't have to call you what you are, but okay. So now he says, okay. So now he goes, okay. Okay. So then he goes, this is the courts. This is your courts. Your red, white, and blue with the black power. The plaintiffs introduced another claim of injury by asserting that had the defendants refused to violate their own state laws by doing business with the slave owners, there would have been less slavery because the refusal would have been tantamount to subjecting the slave owners to a partial boycott. That would have raised their costs, and by making slavery less profitable, might have reduced the amount of it. Might not would. Because the higher cost might simply have depressed the price of a slave. And had there been less slavery, the argument continues, some of the ancestors of the members of the plaintiff classes would not have been slaves, but instead free laborers, and they would have had some disposable income, part of which they might have saved rather than spent and left to their heirs. So that's an argument that the court does. Whether or not I agree with it or not, then the case should have went to the Supreme Court, but it did not. But the casual link, I want the people, if you can't read.
Oh, no, wait, go ahead.
Just listen to me.
Okay, so that's always their claim. Everybody's incompetent but them. So reparations are, he said reparations are dead because court said harm to ancestors are okay, you can't benefit from. That's what he said. It was a political question. Okay, so family, because he's a pseudo lawyer, he's going to give you truthhood mixed with falsehood, right? So the courts raised standing issues. This is what they did in that case. They raised political question doctrine and statute of limitations. However, the case did not rule reparations are impossible. That had to be his conclusion. Family, when you hear this brother reject, when you hear him, he only can conclude that it's impossible to get reparations. He's going to say, hey, descendants can't get it from the harm class, the harm victim. That's when he's going to say that. So that means that we're out, we're done. Right. So he's going to make statute limitations. He's going to say all these things that could only conclude what we're doing is a waste of time. Not just us, because we got to laugh at him and all of those Pan-African organizations that went after reparations. So we got to say, okay, so everybody's retarded, but you, brother reject. And the fact is he's lying and he's misrepresenting all these cases. Now, it's funny and it's ironic that they say we are incompetent, we can't read, and what he's reading, the conclusion is not reparations are impossible or we can't get them, we don't have the right argument. That's not the conclusion. All right. The particular lawsuit that he's reading, okay, the particular people who are going for reparations that he is reading, these people failed because their particular personal unique claim was weak and improperly structured. That has nothing improperly structured that has nothing to do with us. So what they like to do is take the rejects like themselves, right? Take the exception and make that the rule of everybody else. Court rejects bad cases, not entire legal concepts, brother reject. All right. So you have to represent what you're saying correctly. That was not the conclusion. This particular case, the outcome was their plebiscite Babble was structured incorrectly. So he gotta argue what we're doing, say is structured incorrectly, but he's not doing that. He's saying, hey, what you're saying was already beat up some years before, decades before, so it's not going to work because it didn't work for them. And we're saying, no, the way they felt is not what we have together. Our package, our layup package is on another level. You dig? It ain't like that.
But it's on the screen. But this casual chain is too long and has too many weak links for a.
So as you can see right here, family, it says in African American slave descendants litigation. Screen, man. It's on my screen. I can't even read the damn thing. It's on my screen. Okay. 471 F3D 754 Court of Appeals 7th Circuit 206. So he's 2006. So he's reading something, a court case. So, right, the conclusion wasn't that nobody can get reparations because of this case. The conclusion was that these people structurally framed their stuff to lose. It wasn't structured correctly. But listen to this guy misrepresent this case, but call us incompetent.
A court to be able to find that the defendant's conduct harmed the plaintiffs, not the ancestors, the plaintiffs at all, let alone in an amount that could be estimated without the wildest speculation. It is impossible to determine how much, if any, less slavery there would have been had the defendants not done business by slave owners. What effect a diminution of slavery would have had on the bequest by ancestors of the class members, and how much of the value of those bequests would have trickled down to the class members. He's saying to the plaintiffs, there's too many weak links in your argument. You haven't established anything like Afro-Elite. But the casual chain is so long that we couldn't even estimate in our wildest speculation, right? The damages to your ancestors. But Afro-Elite says, Afro-Elite, without any case law, says that it can be done. Okay, even if compliance with those laws would have curtailed slavery, and even if it could be shown, it could not be, that a result of this hypothetical curtailment, a plaintiff's remote ancestor would not have been a slave, but instead free labor, how could the wages of that ancestor would have earned as a free labor?
Yeah, so go ahead and like the button as you come in. This is a live, I'm reading the chat. We're live. There's no rerun. This is live. We're debunking this in real time, once and for all, and it's going to be used as a reference point. So when these clowns come on podcasts and they talk about this, you can just play my video and debunk them.
Would be shown to have influenced the wealth of his remote descendants. So he's putting as judges do, he's just saying that, look, you can't even estimate money from your ancestors that would have been bequeathed from you, let alone estimate the damages that you are talking about, right? Okay. And again,
so keep in mind that he's reading a person's case. Like, this is a real case. They have a real argument, and their argument needs to be vetted. But we have nothing to do with this argument, by the way. He's reading Judge Posner, right, in the appellate court. And Judge Posner did say to this people, not to our lineage, but these particular people who's looking for whatever they're looking for, it said a harm to your ancestors and not a harm to you. That's what he's telling these people, not the entire lineage. He's lying. Liars lie. So he also said that in federal court is going to be dismissed. That's what Brother Reggie. So this person is in a state court doing some personal stuff, and he's pinning that to us, right? So he also cited tort law, right? He's saying personal injuries and suits, right? And so he's, family, listen what he's doing. He's citing tort law that has to do with personal injury suits. And he's applying that to a legislative debt. Yo, oh God, I hope this get back to this guy. I tagged him too. Judge Posner's ruling in, look, I want y'all to see it. Let me do a little border. I want no excuses. I want y'all to physically see. Where's my border? Right here. I want y'all to see. Right here. That. All right. That's what he's reading from, misrepresenting it. Judge Posner's ruling in re African American slave descendants litigation 2006, the circa 2006. It dealt with it dealt with suing, which we already tackled this with the dude Rasan. So this dealt with suing private corporations like Antenna or Lehman Brothers, right? So in civil lawsuits, listen what we're talking about now that he's misrepresenting. This is a civil lawsuit. In civil lawsuits, family, a civil lawsuit, you must prove personal injury. However, reparations, right, that we are stomping hard for, we're seeking a legislative act from Congress and a bunch of different strategies, but it's not solely a civil lawsuit. So he's misrepresenting us. He doesn't know any better. Okay, Congress is not bound by standing rules that apply to judges, right? They have the power of the purse to pay a debt for any reason, such as the 1988 Japanese American Redress Act, the Civil Liberties Act that I normally cite.
If there were a legal wrong, it would not be a wrong to any living person unless they were somehow the authorized representative to bring suits on behalf of their enslaved ancestors. Did you all read that, Sarnetta? Family, did y'all read that?
All right, so Sarnetta fell back asleep. Yeah. Yo, oh my God, it's so funny. Yo, the dude thought he was kicking knowledge. And everybody's asleep.
Wildest speculation. It is impossible to determine how much, if any, less slavery there would have been had the defendants not done business by slave owners. What effect a diminution of slavery would have had on the bequest by ancestors of the class members, and how much of the value of those bequests would have trickled down to the class members. He's saying to the plaintiffs, there's too many weak links in your argument. You haven't established anything like Afro-Elite. But the causal chain is so long that we couldn't even estimate in our wildest speculation, right? The damages to your ancestors. But Afro-Elite says, Afro-Elite, without any case law, says that it can be done. Okay, even if compliance with those laws would have curtailed slavery, and even if it could be shown, it could not be, that a result of this hypothetical curtailment, a plaintiff's remote ancestor would not have been a slave, but instead of free labor, how could the wages of that ancestor would have earned as a free labor be shown to have influenced the wealth of his remote descendants? So he's putting as judges do, he's just saying that, look, you can't even estimate money from your ancestors that would have been bequeathed from you, let alone estimate the damages that you are talking about, right? Okay. And again, if there were a legal wrong, it would not be a wrong to any living person.
Okay, do not call for Sarnetta. He is knocked out. And so is the chat. Don't ask the chat to press 1. Ask the chat to press Z, right? A bunch of Z's.
Unless they were somehow the authorized representative to bring suits on behalf of their enslaved ancestors. Did you all read that, Sarnetta? Family, did y'all read that? I'll wait till Sarnetta come back. Look what the judge says. And again, if there were a legal wrong.
Hey, listen, don't hold your breath for that one, because everybody is Z'd up, my guy. This guy, him and 19 Z's. Damn, bro.
Wrong. It would not be a wrong to any living person unless they were somehow the authorized representatives to bring suit on behalf of their enslaved ancestors. Okay, so someone says FBA is not just about reparations. What are you not understanding? What is it about? You're not in the streets. You're not fighting the oppressor. You're talking about reparations. All I want you to do is dispute me. Pull up the same case law and say I misread it. Sonetta, are you there? Oh man.
Yes, I'm here, Reggie.
Okay. And again.
Oh man. Yo. Sonetta is knocked out drooling.
And watch it could not be that a result of this hypothetical curtailment, a plaintiff's remote ancestor would not have been a slave, but instead free labor. How could the wages of that ancestor would have earned as a free labor be shown to have influenced the wealth of his remote descendants? So he's putting as judges do. He's just saying that, look, you can't even estimate money from your ancestors that would have been bequeathed from you, let alone estimate the damages that you are talking about, right? Okay. And again, if there were a legal wrong, it would not be a wrong to any living person unless they were somehow the authorized representative to bring suits on behalf of their enslaved ancestors. Did you all read that, Sonetta? Family, did y'all read that? I'll wait till Sonetta come back. Look what the judge says. And again, if there were a legal wrong, it would not be a wrong to any living person unless they were somehow the authorized representatives to bring suit on behalf of their enslaved ancestors. Okay, so someone says FBA is not just about reparations. What are you not understanding? What is it about? You're not in the streets. You're not fighting the oppressor. You're talking about reparations. All I want you to do is dispute me. Pull up the same case law and say I misread it. Sonetta, are you there? Oh man.
Yes, I'm here, Reggie.
Okay. And again, watch this. If there was a legal wrong, it would be not a wrong to a living person unless.
Hey, would you stop waking up Sonetta? Yeah, I remember. Nah, I ain't gonna do it. No story time. I'll do it later. But yo, let the man sleep. Damn.
They were somehow the authorized representatives to bring suits on behalf of the enslaved ancestors. In your mind, what does that say?
Where you at?
Right here. And again, if there were a legal wrong, right here, this paragraph right here,
yeah,
it would not be a wrong to any living persons unless they were somehow the authorized representatives to bring suits on behalf of their enslaved ancestors. What does that mean?
He's back asleep.
Well, what I would say it means is what it says.
No, ain't no well. No, just run that back.
Plaintiffs, not the ancestors, the plaintiffs at all, let alone in the amount that could be estimated without the wildest speculation. It is impossible to determine how much, if any, less slavery there would have been had the defendants not done business by slave owners. What effect a diminution of slavery would have had on the bequest by ancestors of the class members, and how much of the value of those bequests would have trickled down to the class members. He said to the plaintiffs, there's too many weak links in your argument. You haven't established anything like Afro-Elite. But the causal chain is so long that we couldn't even estimate in our wildest speculation, right? The damages to your ancestors. But Afro-Elite says, Afro-Elite, without any case law, says that it can be done. Okay, even if compliance with those laws would have curtailed slavery, and even if it could be shown, it could not be, that a result of this hypothetical curtailment, a plaintiff's remote ancestor would not have been a slave. But
family, keep in mind, he is going over a case that has nothing to do with us. Probably Pan-Africans. It says African American slave descendants. Look right here. He's condemning a Pan-African reparation lawsuit for failing, and he's tying that to us. Yo, this is crazy. He's taking their L and trying to put it on us. And by the way, this is why they're called elders. They're not elders because they're smart, wise men. They're elders. Their elders start with an L. Okay, the elders start with an E-L-D-E-R. No, their elders start with an L apostrophe D-E-R. They are elders because they take L's. So, bro, no, you're not going to paste or extend this Pan-African L and put it on FBAs. No, sir.
Instead of free labor, how could the wages of that ancestor would have earned as a free labor be shown to have influenced the wealth of his remote descendants? So he's putting as judges do. He's just saying that, look, you can't even estimate money from your ancestors that would have been bequeathed from you, let alone estimate the damages that you are talking about, right? Okay. And again, if there were a legal wrong, it would not be a wrong to any living person unless they were somehow the authorized representative to bring suits on behalf of their enslaved ancestors. Did you all read that, Sarnetta? Family, did y'all read that? I'll wait for Sarnetta to come back. Look what the judge says. And again, if there were a legal wrong, it would not be a wrong to any living person unless they were somehow the authorized representatives to bring suit on behalf of their enslaved ancestors. Okay, so someone said FBA is not just about reparations. What are you not understanding? What is it about? You're not in the streets. You're not fighting the oppressor. You're talking about reparations. All I want you to do is dispute me. Pull up the same case law and say I misread it. Sonette, are you there? Oh, man.
Yes, I'm here, Reggie.
Okay. And again, watch this. If there was a legal wrong, it would be not a wrong to a living person's unless they were somehow the authorized representatives to bring suits on behalf of the enslaved ancestors. In your mind, what does that say?
Where you at?
Right here. And again, if there were a legal wrong, right here, this paragraph right here,
yeah,
it would not be a wrong to any living persons unless they were somehow the authorized representatives to bring suits on behalf of their enslaved ancestors. What does that mean? Well, what I would say it means is what it says. You, us, we are not the legal representatives to bring suits on the behalf of our ancestors because the courts are requiring authorized representatives. So our great-great-great-grandparents or further down, we are not the authorized representatives to bring a legal suit on behalf of them.
Okay, so there you go again. He's now extending that to our argument. He's giving you a Pan-African L, looking for reparations. The L they took, he's extending that to us. All right, and we on some old. You got to hold your own L, bro. You got to hold your own L. All right, we're not accepting that L, my guy. That's something you guys got to work out. All right. So he read that all claims from 150 years ago are time barred. Family, that's completely false and overgeneralized. Statute of limitations was a problem in that case. Hear me clearly. Statute of limitations was a problem in the case he's reading, not all reparation cases. There are legal exceptions, and the legal exceptions is what we argue: continuity of harms, continuing harm doctrine, unjust enrichment, tolling arguments, human rights claims, right? Continuing harm doctrine. These are the legal exceptions that go around statute of limitations, like a RICO. Okay. So the examples of continuing harms or other examples that were the exception to go around what he's talking about was the Holocaust reparations. Okay. That came decades later, my guy. Japanese internment reparations in 1988. That came well after 1940s. Okay. So no, time alone does not kill all claims, my guy. You got to hold your own L. You got to hold your own L. So what he's reading, again, I got to reiterate and stamp it in. What he's reading only applies to that particular litigation lawsuit. Statute of limitations exist to prevent old evidence from being used in court. They do not prevent a government from passing a law to settle a historical grievance, right? So let's talk about the U.S. government paid reparations to the Sioux Nation in 1980 for land stolen in 1877. That's over 100 years after the harm occurred. We need Brother Reject to speak to that. Or any of his minions that's in the chat that we're blocking left and right, kicking them out. We're batting them out the chat like Barry Bonds. You dig? Okay, the 14th Amendment blocks reparations based on race or ancestry. That's his claim. That's his claim. He said the 14th Amendment blocks reparations based on a race or ancestry claim. That's not only just incorrect, wrong. That's also, he's just legally confused. The 14th Amendment, it does not ban reparations. It regulates equal protection scrutiny. Governments can create race-conscious remedies if tied to specific historical harm. Example, affirmative action before recent rulings and Native American tribal benefits. They were ancestry-based. Courts do allow lineage-based remedies tied to documented harm. So, family, when you talk to these folks and they try to do a gotcha, when you say lineage-based and you're arguing reparation, just make sure you say our lineage-based claim is tied to a documented harm. Everybody who's saying they are of the lineage, we all can document our harm, the continuity. We can show that we were harmed and our ancestors directly tied to us were harmed. All right. So he talks about the strict scrutiny, right? Strict scrutiny is the highest level of court review for racial classifications. Okay, so to bypass that, because he act like, oh, that's the end all be all. This is the white picket fence that you can't hop over. No. To bypass that, we use lineage, descendants of enslaved, right? As a political classification, we can use freedmen, whatever. This is identical to how the U.S. gives specific benefits to Native American tribes or veterans. Okay, so if you are a descendant of a U.S. government contract, right, and you were wrong, you are a creditor, not just a racial minority, my guy. So, did he already? Okay, so let's get back into this Brother Reject guy.
But this dude said that I'm wrong and I'm a dumbass, right? And I just showed a harm to the ancestors is not a harm to you. And Okay, then it goes. First, although most of the plaintiffs and class members are suing as descendants rather than as representatives of their ancestors' estates authorized to sue on those ancestors.
Keep in mind, this is a civil lawsuit he's reading, and he's trying to tie it to us.
Behalf, a few do claim to be suing in such a representative capacity, only a few, but most is suing as a class member, right? It is highly unlikely that the estate of anyone who died a century or more ago, or indeed half of a century ago, for although many former slaves survived the 20th century, very few would still have been alive 50 years ago, which is to say 1956. Those are the foundation of Black Americans. 91 years after the end of the Civil War, had not yet been closed, but the district judge accepted that purported representatives had a right to sue on their behalf of their ancestors.
The district judge accepted that purported representatives had a right to sue on their behalf of their ancestors.
So he just cooked himself. Remember, he said earlier, you can't sue on behalf of your ancestors. So now he just read that. Yeah, this dude is terrible. He just contradicted his own self. He just cooked himself. One more time.
First, although most of the plaintiffs and class members are suing as descendants rather than as representatives of their ancestors' estates authorized to sue on those ancestors' behalf, a few do claim to be suing in such a representative capacity, only a few, but most is suing as a class member, right? It is highly unlikely that the estate of anyone who died a century or more ago, or indeed half of a century ago, for although many former slaves survived the 20th century, very few would still have been alive 50 years ago, which is to say 1956. Those are the foundation of Black Americans. 91 years after the end of the Civil War, had not yet been closed, but the district judge accepted that purported representatives had a right to sue on their behalf of their ancestors.
The district judge accepted that purported representatives had a right to sue on their behalf of their ancestors.
So now they're clarifying, and the descendants offer only a perfunctory rebuttal. The defendants didn't even bother to make a big deal of that. We shall assume, without deciding, that some of the plaintiffs are legal representatives of slave ancestors. These plaintiffs not only escape the objection to standing, that the suits seek damages.
All right, 1 second. My screen has frozen again. All right, let's get this right.
For injuries actually suffered by third parties. So
hold 1 second. Yeah, so anyway, I tagged this Pan-African booty scratcher. That's why you got these guys coming in. I actually tagged him. So he woke up this morning and seen that he was tagged and he's being debunked. All right, so let me see. Why is my computer freezing? All right, hold on 1 second. Okay. Damn, that's it. All right, I got it back. Just trying to clear out some tabs that I don't need to stop the freezing. Okay, so that should be enough. Okay, that should be enough. Let's get back into it.
District judge accepted that purported representatives had a right to sue on their behalf of their ancestors.
Would connect that as that would connecting the particular slavery transaction in which the defendants were involved to harm the particular slaves. So they're saying that you don't know. You can't make a case. But the person who I was discussing with, who gave us no facts, and I tried to help the person understand what the case did. So with that said, I have much more. Maybe I'll get to it later. I'm going to stop, and I'm going to stop presenting. I'm going to stop presenting and prove my case that in federal law, which controls state and city law to a certain extent, but if the state and city law and the county law have a difference, then they would have to go into suit with the federal.
All right, family. I'm asking you, can you put Dr. Reggie's Cash App in once again? Can you check your Cash App, Reggie, see if anybody with a kind heart donated something? Because I know I'm tapped into the wrong crowd. I already know that. All these other people that ain't doing a damn thing can get up here, like you said, get $100 donation. They ain't teaching shit.
Aaron, he donated.
Don't tell him what he donated. Just, that's good.
No, these are because they want to know. So Grandmaster Aaron donated. The EXO donated.
That's good.
Gully donated. FG, thank you, donated. Aswad Abdullah, thank you. Latoya Tom, thank you. Right?
That's Latoya, my aunt.
Latoya, what says Latoya? Well, I think so. I just, that's
shout out to Latoya. Hey, can y'all drop Reggie link in there, please? You don't see Moses 777? Moses ain't give you the 3 7s?
No, he may have another Cash App. Devil Entertainment sent it to me, and Adrian Humphrey sent it to me.
I should have called him Cash App, Mr. Cash App. This guy be begging for some Cash Apps.
It adds up to.
Speaking of Cash App, let me show Reggie how to not beg and just put it out there for anybody who wants to support. It's not mandatory, but liking the video is mandatory.
Less than $90. First of all, I just want everybody to know that if we can get reparations because of our ancestors, because of our lineage, I need the FBAs to show me case law, right, that we have and that we could.
Yeah, I'm using yours. I'm using your case law that shows that we have and we could, because you're misrepresenting the case law you're reading. Your case law is incorrectly structured, so they're catching L's, okay? And you're trying to pin that on us. They didn't do it correctly, and that's okay. You dig? But we're learning from them, and we're doing it right.
But I just showed you case law that we can't make that argument. So whatever his name is said that our ancestors we can get reparations because of our ancestors. But I just showed you the court, Dovin. I can show you another court case following this court case that cites this court case that says that we cannot. That's recent. Shut up! So now we move to local reparations. Now I have written about local reparations. But when we think of reparations, we think of reparations traditionally from the period of the United States or the colonies from the British. And there's the other period where the British involved themselves in slavery. Okay, we're not suing the French, we're not suing the Spanish, we're not suing the British. The British, the French, and the Spanish. We're not suing any of those. We are looking at the period of 1776 onwards in the United States. Now, there's also been a lot of infighting. Okay, so Afro-Caribbeans seem to have seem to be the scapegoats. Scapegoats of what? Some comments that they're making.
Okay, so family, here they go again. They Afro-Caribbeans. This is what they do, man. They sit here and now they gaslight. Okay, so not only, according to Brother Reject, not only are we not getting reparations according to the courts. Now, this is based off his incompetence, right? Now we're also a hate group. You dig? So we're not getting reparations, and we're a hate group. If you let him tell it.
Everybody has freedom of speech, those pro and those con. We all have freedom of speech. But those are people talking, right? I think that they missed the forest with the trees. The issue is, who should we be directing our energy to is the oppressor, not people that look like us. Then there's this argument.
Now, here go this lookalike thing. Dude, we're good, man. We don't do the lookalike thing, man. I got a whole song, you know what I mean? Lookalikes. They look like us, but they ain't us. The whole concept of my song is talking about they look like us and they don't like us. But just because you look like us don't mean you're us, bro. It's okay, man. That's called cosplaying.
That we have to delineate ourselves.
That's right.
From other groups. Well, I think that we're already delineated in some aspects as far as.
Right. But you got to speak to our aspect, not your own. We're saying we're not delineated in law. On paper. On paper, we're not delineated, right? In real life, yeah, a lot of us go to our own little, you know, Black Americans, hang with Black Americans and vice versa. But and so on and so forth. But on paper, we're not disaggregated. We're not delineated. So we're doing it both, making clear with it. We're delineating it in real life, in person, but that don't mean we don't want friendship or allies. That don't mean that. And we're also delineating on paper, right? And that doesn't mean we don't want friendship and allies with anybody. We want friendship and allies with whoever is open and honest and want to be allies with us. That's all.
It's culture, longevity in the United States, involvement in abolitionist movements, freedom movements, civil rights.
Buck Horse, thank you for the $5 super chat. Lineage Love in the building. Grand Rising. These some lying AS but Bamas. Yeah. Yeah, man.
I think that we're already delineated. I don't think that the groups in the Caribbean who are coming here or the African migrants are a threat to us. Unless you.
Family, he's gaslighting. He's straw manning us. We never said they were a threat. We're not even blaming them. We're not blaming Hispanics or any other foreign group. All right. We are addressing our government. We're not even looking at groups at all. We're looking at our government and we're like, yo, we're calling our government out for being slick. We're like, you're slick. We see you. You dig? And we're delineating so you can stop being slick. This is the government who we're addressing, not ethnic groups. But guys who have an issue with us, they try to gaslight and try to revise. they revise history. You leave it to them. There's no such thing as Africans involved in the slave trade. And now they want to revise our position. Our position is solely with our government. And if individuals act out of place on social media or in real life, and they disrespect us, sabotage, undermine, we're going to call them out too as individuals.
Read history like the newspapers and your sports games, where you certainly want to separate out people, because there have been great events of heroism from the Africans that came in after slavery in another period. And so our reparations movement should talk about not only enslavement, but there's a problem with enslavement, and we're going to get to it after I show my video, to the Jim Crow period, or the Reconstruction in the Jim Crow period, right? Where there are other Blacks from other places in America. The groups ADOS and the groups Foundation of Black Americans feel that they should not get reparations. But let me tell you the truth. In order to get reparations, you need congressional vote.
Wait. Let's back up because I was falling asleep. Let's back up.
We think of reparations traditionally from the period of the United States or the colonies from the British. Oh, and there was, of course, there's the other period where the British involved themselves in slavery. Okay, we're not suing the French.
Hey, bro, don't worry about what we doing, man. Okay, we are right now. We're not saying anybody can't get it. Right now, we are focused on the United States government, my guy. That doesn't mean Africa is immune or Britain or whoever else. It don't mean that. We're just focused on one at a time. Right now, it's America.
French. We're not suing the Spanish. We're not suing the British. I mean, the British, the French, and the Spanish. We're not suing any of those. We are looking at the period of 1776 onwards in the United States. Now, there's also been a lot of infighting. Okay, so
wait, why would there be infighting? If we're addressing our government, why would there be infighting? It's because people came into our spaces and they started to infight with us. They started to say, hey, what you mean I can't get any reparations? Aren't we Black too? Aren't we African American too? My whole entire existence in America, I was getting benefits based on me being Black and Black American, African American. So we deserve reparations. That's exactly what happened, family. And then we was like, oh, okay, you're right. That finesse game. You're Black and African American racially, some made up category to tie you into us. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we're going to get around that. All right. So we're going to solve this confusion problem. Call us ADOS, call us freedmen, call us Foundation Black Americans, call us something you cannot call yourself. Okay. And we say, all right, so now reparations and other things are just for ADOS, freedmen, Foundation Black Americans. And that's when all hell broke loose. Now, don't forget, when I say things, family, I can prove it. I said that is when all hell broke loose, right? All right. I'm going to prove that shortly.
Afro-Caribbeans seem to be the scapegoats. Scapegoats of what? Some comments that they're making. Everybody has freedom of speech, those pro and those con. We all have freedom of speech. But those are people talking, right? I think that they missed the forest.
Right. And we are people talking too.
With the trees. The issue is, who should we be directing our energy to is the oppressor. Not
oh my God.
People that look like.
Look, the lookalike stuff, bro, stop. We originally addressed our government, the oppressor. You stepped in the way and your Pan-African buddies and Tether stepped in the way because you thought or you knew your money was going to end because you're pitching this African thing. All of you guys were making money off this African thing and you felt like it's over now. You didn't even get hit yet and you thought it was over. And you went buck wild on us.
Then there's this argument that we have to delineate ourselves.
Oh, yes, got to do that.
Well, I think that we're already delineated in some aspects as far as culture, longevity in the United States, involvement in abolitionist movements, freedom movements, civil rights. I think that we're already delineated. I don't think that the groups in the Caribbean who are coming here or the
so he just flat out lying.
African migrants are a threat to us.
Hey, bro, we never said they were a threat. You're gaslighting.
Unless you read history like the newspapers and your sports games, where you certainly want to separate out people, because there have been great events of heroism from the Africans that came in after slavery in another period. And so our reparations movement should talk about not only enslavement, but there's a problem with enslavement, and we're going to get to it after I show my video, to the Jim Crow period, or the Reconstruction in the Jim Crow period, right? Where there are other blacks from other places in America.
Okay, family. The dude is other blacks. He's talking about family. These people are so little in numbers that they're not even on the list when they give like a portion of what ethnicities. I can show you again what ethnicities were in the country. They were so small in numbers. They didn't even make the list. They didn't even qualify to make the list. Okay, and by the way, they were up north, my guy. They're safe up north, my guy. Stop, man. And it's the continuity. It don't start. Look, if they believe their civil rights were wrong, I don't know how. I don't even. If they believe their civil rights was wrong, then that's a civil suit. That got nothing to do with a reparation suit. They gotta go and hire civil rights lawyers and go fight for their rights that were violated. If they believe they were violated, I'm sure they probably were. So go get you a civil rights lawyer. Go hire Brother Reject and let him fight on your behalf to collect on behalf of your civil rights being violated. That's a civil rights suit that had nothing to do with a reparation suit. Yeah, they're not included with us. Sorry.
The groups ADOS and the groups Foundation of Black Americans feel that they should not get reparations. Well, let me tell you the truth.
Okay. Remember I said how it all started? I said we were minding our business, addressing our government, okay? And then people who look like us was in our business undermining us and sabotaging us. Okay, here's the proof. Okay, so this is Godfrey, right? And it's this damn can't even see the screen to unmute. Here we go.
Right. This how disrespectful they've been to them.
Who's who?
See what I'm saying? How disrespectful they've been to them. Exactly.
Right, but then this is also, to
That's
me,
foul.
I see this as a divide and conquer thing. So now I'm supposed to give oh, word? That's what the Jamaicans are saying? Well, then fuck that. You know.
And on the list.
All right, so hold on. I'm not gonna cook Jamar this episode. I'm gonna skip past it. I'm gonna get to what I want you guys to hear. I'm gonna get back to it's when it was in the weight, when Godfrey was in doing the weights. God damn. If it ain't in this one, it's in my other make. I had did this over so many times, but it might be here if it loads up correctly. Okay, I gotta deal with this bullshit. Okay, it might not be on this one. It might be. It don't look like it, but let's see. Let's have some faith. All right, so it might not be on this one. It might be on FBA defensive unit. Okay, wait. It might be here. Hold. Gotta have faith.
You just made the point that
African Americans won't get a piece of that. Whereas when it was vice versa back in 2016,
Listen.
the Jamaicans were saying, hey, African Americans, we want a piece of that too, because we were all on the same boat and just got dropped off in different places. Back in 2016.
But do you see how the Jamaicans turned on it?
They're saying, African Americans, you don't get a piece of this.
So what he was saying was exactly what I said. Now this is going back in the day, all right? Or Godfrey and those guys. The dude that was just talking, he said what I said. When those Caribbean, those Africans realized that they were not, grouped up as one of us for reparations, they start to say what he said. Why we can't get reparations? We were all in the same boat together. We just got dropped off at different locations. Exactly. So you got to sue for reparations at the location you got dropped off at. But this, what he said, is what I said. So this ain't something I made up. This is exactly what we remember.
Oh, really? We were all on the same saying, whereas when African Americans won't get a piece of that, whereas when it was vice versa.
Okay, so what he's saying is when CARICOM started in the Caribbean, he said that was exclusively just for Caribbean people. He called us African Americans. He said we were not entitled to that. So he said, but then when we started to do our thing and we said, okay, all right, that's you, this is us. He's saying, they said, hell no, we were on the same boats.
So back in 2016, the Jamaicans,
dates. It's exactly when Adolf and them started and they went crazy.
Of that. Whereas when it was vice versa back in 2016, the Jamaicans were saying, hey, African Americans, we want a piece of that too, because we were all on the same boat and just got dropped off in different places. Back in
really? But do you see how the Jamaicans turned on them?
They're saying, African Americans, you don't get a piece of this. That's the talking.
But you see what I'm saying? How disrespectful they've been to them. Exactly.
Right, but see, that's how disrespectful they've been to us. Talking about the people who look like us. That's called receipts.
In order to get reparations, you need congressional vote. Then you need to Senate.
All right.
vote.
Okay. So now this pseudo lawyer, he's going to teach us how to get reparations when he just said we can't get it based on those court rulings and his understanding of the court rulings. It's impossible because the statute of limitations passed. Right. You can't get race-based or lineage-based reparations. You can't get that. It's been already shot down too many times. Like he just gave you every excuse why it's impossible for us to get it today. But now he's going to give us the solutions for the impossible claim.
Trees. The issue is who should we be directing our energy to is the oppressor, not people that look like us. Then there's this argument that we have to delineate ourselves from other.
Let me fast forward.
Enslavement, but there's a problem with enslavement. There are no more reparation cases in federal court for good reason. The Jim Crow period, or the Reconstruction in the Jim Crow period, right, where there are other blacks from other places in America.
I don't know anything about other blacks. I only know about foundational Black Americans. I don't know about any other blacks.
The groups ADOS and the groups foundational Black Americans feel that they should not get reparations. Well, let me tell you the truth. In order to get reparations, you need congressional vote. Then you need the Senate vote, right? Then you need the president to sign. So you need all those things in federal court.
Really?
If you're talking about that form of reparations. There are no reparations cases except for the Malcolm X family reparation case and the upcoming Tulsa massacre case. There are no more reparation cases in federal court for good reason, right? So using reparations to carry a load is really problematic because where reparations is actually happening is in cities, states, and counties. Cities, counties, and states. Those are what we call local reparations. And to be entitled to any of those reparations, you have to be a member of that city, county, or state, right? Those reparations movement are going on very nicely without social media help.
They're going on very nicely. How did they end? And we're going to get into that too.
Social media has not helped those local reparations. Where those local reparations were formed were from county officials, from community people, and a lot of these people are in a generation that was born in the 60s and the 50s, those groups of people, 50s, 60s, 70s, those groups of people. And those type of people, or hardworking people, they don't rely on social media for the news. They are old school. They do books.
Well, I don't believe the internet was popping like that in the 50s and 60s, my guy.
They write, they come to meetings physically, and they vote. This generation that we have, really in the 90s and 2000s.
All right, so yeah, you got to use the resources you have, stupid. That's wrong with you old people. Okay, so he said courts said, okay, so he said this. He said courts can't give reparations, only Congress can. Okay, so this is what he's saying. Okay, but he's saying that to say that we can't give reparations, right? But check this out. Courts can award damages, right? They can do that. Courts can award damages. What are you talking about? Like he just said Congress only. No, courts can award damages as well. He said earlier that we must identify exact ancestors or we have no case. Okay. Of course that helps out your case, but I don't know where it said that. Of course, like listen, family, the more evidence you have to support that you are of the lineage, obviously your case is stronger. And it's strengthened and it's stronger more than a person who's having trouble finding their lineage, obviously, right? Naming, lineage members. But class action law allows group-based harm. Statistical proof, historical evidence. Transatlantic slavery is historical evidence. And we have statistical proof. We got the mass incarceration. We got truancy. We have school to prison pipeline, recidivism, all that stuff. That's there. All right. Mass incarceration. So you have civil rights cases, and you have mass torts. So you don't always need this exact great grandparent, which he tried to lie and make you believe. What else is he says well, Posner, that same judge, he was arguing causation plus legal standing, right? And well, not him. Well, yeah, Paul, he was arguing that causation and legal standing. He was saying causation and legal standing in the case that he was presiding over, the case that Reggie was reading, the African American 2006 the circuit thing. The judge Posner was saying in that particular case, causation plus legal standing was weak. He was not creating that as a universal rule for Adolph's FBA freedmen to come later and argue and pick up the mantle and say reparations. That wasn't the all end all be all judgment. Okay, so the reality is that descendants do receive inheritance claims, wrongful death claims, intergenerational damages in some contexts. So now he talked about the money. Oh, how can you equate the money? Damages are impossible to calculate. You got to stop. So in that lawsuit, in the lawsuit that he was reading, not ours, family, don't let them tie other people's separate case to us. It's nothing like this. I told Ross' son the same thing. That ain't like us. Oh, it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. And I'm showing you. In that case, they had a weak economic chain, right? They couldn't really justify the money they're asking for if they asked for anything. Okay. But we, Dr. Sandy Darity, our Dr. Claude Anderson, and everybody else, right? Our economists, we have quantified slavery's economic impact. We did that. They didn't do that. We produced models for reparations. They didn't do that. So the problem wasn't impossibility, as Brother Reject wants you to believe. It was about poor legal construction. Like I said, they constructed it very badly. Give me a second. I got to switch to. Got to switch to my phone temporarily. Got to pick up my son. Give me a second. That time went by quickly. God damn. Now, hold on, family. Let me switch over to my. Hopefully, the thing just transferred easily. Please give me that transfer option. God damn. Now I got to do the long route. Wait 1 second. Let me transfer to my phone. 830-348. Okay, I think I could be heard. Let me just double check. Let me just double check if I can be heard, family. And we're going to go in. Yeah, these trolls can't stop us. That's the bottom line. These tethers, these trolls, these Pan-Africans, they can't stop us and they won't stop us and they won't deter us. We're going to continue what we know is right. We know what they did wrong. All the other groups before us trying to fight for reparations. And we ain't even condemning them. We just saying we got it from here. We got it. All right, so hold on. Let me check. Make sure my microphone is right. Okay, microphone's right. All right, so family, as you can see, it was about poor structuring. So, and that's the slick stuff. They'll read people who failed before us and then try to act like that's our fate without knowing why the people failed. They just know they failed, but they don't know like the details of why they failed. Like what can we fix that we don't repeat failing arguments. These guys, they hate us so much that they want to pretend, hey man, this failure extends to us forever. They hate us so much. They'll rather sabotage the reparations claim altogether. They're saying since tethers can't be included, then no, basically what they're saying is since non-FBAs can't be included, then nobody should get them. It's one for all and all for one when it comes to us. But everybody else, you got Ghana talking about they suing the CARICOM and this person, that person, every Haiti and the French, everybody else, when they sue and they say, now this is just for the Haitians, nobody says anything. If let's say Burundians and Rwandians argue and want some compensation for those foreign European countries inciting and inflaming that a mass genocide over there, if they were to ask for compensation and blah blah blah, and they said, this is just for the Burundians and the Rwandans, everybody, the Hutus and Tutsis, nobody's gonna bat an eye. Okay, you got the Ugandan people in Nigeria who was affected by the BP Shell oil thing. They're fighting for compensation just for them, not even the other Nigerians, not even for the other neighboring tribes. They're saying just us. They are asking their government for compensation from either the BP, the West BP Shell, or the Nigerian government for what they suffered. You know, the whole oil spill, all that type of stuff. They're not arguing for other tribes. They're saying just for the Ongoni people. And basically they're saying everybody else got to hold their own nuts. That's what they're saying. Everybody else got to hold their own nuts. But when it comes to the Foundation Black Americans, all these people who cosplayed as our allies, oh man, we in with you. Once we said, where are you in with us? All right, well, look, man, we got this thing going on with our government way before you even got here. Got nothing to do with you. It's between me and them. And we're going to get them to come off that bag, yo. They owe us. we thinking that these folks we had our hand up to slap fives with them. They had their hands down, like, what you say, nigga? Oh, nah, I'm saying like our government, right? We got to make them pay because these guys, way before he came over here, they had a legacy of slavery, enslaving us, Jim Crowing, convict leasing, hired out, aired out. Look at this guy, man. Just drive, man. Stupid. I hate when the car lets somebody out, but they got to cross your lane. It's like, yo, you can't. What are you doing? I gotta be with that, or you're gonna run right into me, dummy. Anyway, Niga, what did you say? Yeah, we gonna get a bag from our government. You dig? And we gonna turn up, party at my house, type shit. They like, nah, nigga, you mean we gonna get a bag? And now we like, you joking, right? What you mean we? Like when you say we, like you speak Creole, right? So you talking about like we type shit, right? Nah, I'm talking about plural, like we won type shit. Oh, nah. That ain't what it is. What you mean? Nah. Nigga, we're all the same. We're all black. Oh, hold up. That part. Yeah, that part. Yeah, you're not black. I'm black. Okay, so that flag behind you, what kind of flag is that? It's a Haitian flag, nigga. Right. And the country that flag is what? Haiti. And what type of human being are you? Like your nationality and your ethnicity? Haitian. Right. My flag is American, right? And what am I? Black, right? Black, and I'm American, so Black American, right? And I'm foundational, right? I'm Black, you're Haitian, and that guy over there, he's Jamaican, right? And the other guy, St. Croix, right? Other guy, West Bubblefuck, right? You're getting it. We're the only Black people. Yeah. So okay, well, we all African ancestry. Listen, my guy, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. We're delineating. I'm gonna straight keep it real with you, bro, my guy. Like the hatred coming from your mouth, the entitlement, my guy. Yeah, it's important that we delineate. What is that? Yeah, nah, we just gonna protect the bag. You feel me? We're gonna make sure that you guys can tether on to what belongs to us. You know what I mean? No, nigga, you're being divisive. You're xenophobic. All right, bro. Call me what you gotta call me, my guy. But what that ain't gonna discourage me from stomping hard reparations. You dig? So you can frame it how you want to frame it, and oh shit, and that ain't gonna fly. That ain't gonna fly. So call me what you gotta call me, and I'm whatever you say I am, but we're delineating, my guy, and you're not gonna discourage that. You're not gonna make me feel bad. So that's what it is. And then they said, well, you're gonna have all hell to pay. And that's where we're at right now. And family, that's where we're at right now with these folks. You dig? I know the Africans are watching. Please go ahead and hit the link if you support Reggie's stance. The reparations for us is like a non-cause. Pan-Africans already tried and failed, so therefore that's indicative to us. Yeah. Yeah, so once I'm picking my son up, once I bring him somewhere, I'm gonna play the video. Okay, we'll get it. You left it. You should have brought it. Get it tomorrow. Yeah. So family, yeah. So That's exactly how the so-called one-sided diaspora war started. It started just like that. We had the nerve to want something exclusively just for ourselves and not be the bridge for everybody else. We didn't play captain save a tether. So that was the beginning. Skip. That was the beginning of the so-called one-sided diaspora wars. Shit, wait right here. Yeah, so and like I said, that's where we are right now. But I'm telling you, you're gonna see that they have this attitude that if non-FBAs can't get reparations, back up, then nobody can. That's their attitude. That is the attitude of a tether. That's the attitude of a Pan-African. Everything is about making Africa number one and everybody else number two or irrelevant. Hey, put it down. Hey, check it out, family. Like if they could, if it's up to them, and I don't know where this sick love comes from. A lot of us speculate they're paid agents, they dig self-hatred, like a whole bunch of stuff is in the air. Because it's unbelievable. You can't fathom who will pretty much self-implode to save another people. Like that's not even nature. Like that's nobody's natural instinct. It's normally survival of the fit. You know, self-preservation is normally those things. Who the hell is totally separate from somebody else and say, nah, I mean, have zero connections and say, you know what? Yeah, you get the last sandwich. I'll just let my body eat itself. This is madness, and it's unbelievable to us. You dig? And for so long, we thought that was okay. Because like we looked at, some of us, not all of us, some of us looked at Africa as, like Tariq Nasheed said, as some type of holy grail. We're just a bunch of people there who are failing, but somehow they're the greatest people on earth. Like that was the Pan-African doctrine. That despite their condition, despite what they did not accomplish, despite what they did not patent and none of that stuff, despite all that, they are the greatest people on earth. That was the doctrine that all of us, not I'm saying all of us as a collective, but that was the doctrine that some of us took hook, line, and sinker, and like it was exposed. This is allowed to be taught in schools, in colleges, all type of stuff. And you'll get funding for this type of teaching. And meanwhile, you don't know your own history. Meanwhile, you don't know your own greatness. Meanwhile, you look at yourself as an issue, right? You become conservative and start having those Charlie Kirk talking points about yourself. While you give Africa a million excuses why they are collectively failing. When you have legitimate reasons, you have produced success over and over and over. And it was stripping, stolen, it was robbed, you were murdered for it over and over, and you kept getting it back, kept getting it back. These guys don't have no history like that. They don't have no history that they had a lot of, valuables, a lot of education, and then it was taken from them, then they got it right back, then it was taken, then they got it right back, and then it's taken. They don't have that. That's you. That's why I laugh when people be like trying to, like, no, man, these guys had 1,000. Oh yeah, Africa, we did this, we had that, we had this, we had that, and you're failing. You got everything, we got everything from you, and you are, where's all at? You never left, and you're not dominating the world. Why? Oh, the whitey man. the oppressor, the colonizer, imperialist. Like, dude, stop with the goddamn excuses, man. Damn excuses is terrible. The imperialist, the colonizer, the white tea man. They got to stop. And like, we're not allowing them to propagate those excuses. We're not. We're calling them out. When they even go there, we're calling them out. All right, so let me go ahead and share let me share the video. Give me a second. It might be a little low. Come share from my phone. I want you to hear this foolishness. 28 minutes. All right. I'm gonna get Gigi. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I get it. Yeah. They got all the excuses for themselves. Jesse Lee Peterson with the feds. Might as well be. All these damn excuses to why Africa has failed and why they can't get it together. That's why I say now I'm the right channel to have this conversation with, because I got a difference of opinion, or I should say I got a different analysis on the evidence. I got a different analysis on the documented historical evidence of why okay, so Tariq, she dropped a new video. You know what? Let me play this right here. Let me play this. I haven't seen this. All right, let me play. Okay, let me play his new video. I haven't watched it. It looked like it's pretty good. That bought me some time to get right.
Raise your hand. Everybody raise your hand, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready to get on. Let's get Chef D. I'm just getting random people in here. Chef D. All right. Chef D.
Oh, hi, Tariq. Sorry, I hit it by accident.
Oh, it's okay, Chef. It's all right, beloved. Thank you, dear. All right, y'all. Stop hitting that button by mistake. Let's get Zay in here. Let's get Zay. And who's this sister here in the pink? All right. All right, Zay. All right. Let's get Zay in the building. Let's get, yeah, the TikTok is messing up. Let's get FBA Chemo. FBA Chemo in the building. Chemo?
Yeah. Hello, Tariq. I just wanted to ask you. I noticed how these two like to make fake accounts, catfishing and stuff, so I wanted to ask, which do you prefer? Do you prefer Bushmeat Barrister or would you prefer Rohan?
Hey, Bushmeat Barrister, at least Bushmeat, he comes in with a conversation. Even though it's low-key trollish, he does come in with a conversation, and it adds to the discourse. Rohan is just a musty troll who's just in here doing shit, wasting time. So,
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's just what I wanted to ask.
There you go. Thank you. All right. Yeah, somebody said neither. Yeah, I prefer neither of them. But at least with Bushmeat Barrister, he don't just sit here making a bunch of different accounts. You know, Rohan is just a time-wasting tether. All right. All right. CJ Fit. Okay, CJ Fit. All right, CJ Fit. Hop on, brother CJ Fit. All right, let's get you in here. And brother CJ, hop on in, sir. What's up, CJ?
How you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. What city you in?
I am from Boston.
Okay, cool. How's everything out there in Boston?
Still cold, G.
Oh, yeah, love that. So what's on your mind, CJ?
Hey, man. No, I would just I tap into your lives a lot, so I was listening to what you say. I just have one thing to say. I just think it's extremely crazy. I go into these chat rooms a lot, aside from yours, and it's like, why do people have such a problem with us just calling ourselves what we are? I don't get it. Like, my whole life, the Jamaicans have called themselves Jamaicans and rep their flag. The Haitians rep their flag. The Dominicans rep their flag. And we've been very accepting of that. And now that we're doing the same thing, everybody has a problem with it. I don't understand it at all. I just don't get it.
Yeah, very good question. The thing is, we are the face of blackness globally. So the thing is, people have been so entitled to use our culture as foundational Black Americans as community property because we've sat up here upholding Pan-Africanism. That's been a one-sided thing. We've been the only group of people saying, hey, all of us globally are brothers. We all one and the same. And we're just realizing, hey, all of these other people don't see us that way. They see us as another tribal group. But they've depended on us looking at us all as one group so they can benefit off that while they get the benefits and then corner us off from the benefits that they get off of us, But the thing is, family, a lot of people have an issue with us because not only are we, foundational Black Americans, the face of Black people globally, you see, not Africa. We're the face of Black people globally. When you think of Black people, you think of foundational Black Americans. People are emulating us. And there's some resentment from a lot of people because of that. Not only that, family, the notoriety that Africa gets, that too comes from us. Yes, it does. Anything globally positive that comes from Africa, we're the ones who project that. We're the ones who got that popping off. Oh, yes, we did. Oh, yes, we did. See, for the last 100 years, man, the dominant global image of Black culture comes through foundational Black Americans. Jazz, blues, hip hop, soul, R&B, civil rights imagery, fashion, slang, sports icons. So when people around the world, they start having a curiosity about Africa, that followed exposure to foundational Black American cultural exports first. The Harlem Renaissance, the civil rights movement, hip hop culture, that shaped global perception of Black identity. That visibility also created curiosity about African roots. Yeah, we were the ones to get Africa popping too. Hell, even when in hip hop, remember in the 90s, late 80s, 90s, we had the Praise Africa thing. We're walking around with the African medallions and all that. X-Clan, Public Enemy. There was a consciousness thing where you were shouting Africa out. That came from us. And all the Pan-Africanism, that was amplified from America. You understand? The Pan-African movements, that came from the United States, the conferences, intellectual debates. A lot of the global messaging infrastructure was centered in America. The Black activists, entertainers, scholars, they were the ones who helped popularize African independence struggles to Western audiences. You understand? So the support wasn't neutral. That helped frame Africa positively. We are the ones that made Africa look positive. Do you understand that? I want y'all to really, really get that. And the non-FBAs to get that. When they run around here talking about xenophobic. This is why I get on tethers who come over here and act funny. But you xenophobic. dude, the only reason anything positive about your homeland came about was because of us. We rebranded Africa in the Western mind. You understand? In the early 20th century, man, Western media, Africa was depicted as, niggas naked, with a bone in their nose. That's how the white people were portraying that. It was Black American intellectuals and artists and activists that pushed counter narratives. They were celebrating ancient civilizations, African art, African royalty, spiritual traditions. They were boosting that stuff. You see? Let's be real. And even the kente cloth and dashikis, that came from us over here. We popularized that in the 60s and 70s. We popularized dashikis. They were not wearing no damn dashikis over there in the 50s, 60s, and 70s because they were still under colonialism over there. You understand? That dashiki shit, that came from us over here. We popularized that. You see? Then it circulated outward. Excuse me. So it was Black American identity movements that created a consumer demand for African aesthetics, for fabrics and art. The naming conventions and the spiritual symbols and all that. When something becomes fashionable here, it spreads globally. It became fashionable with us. Then there became a global demand and people wanted to go do tours over there and things like that. We made that pop off. You see? And then a large portion of what Foundation of Black Americans say, we are an American ethnic group with our own ethnogenesis, which is true. And for a long time, continental identification, that symbolically tied Africa to the most visible Black population in the Western world. That's us. And now we're really focusing on our lineage here now. I'm tying this all into what the brother said. I'm bringing this somewhere. So now we're not really putting the cape on no more, okay? Because y'all done told us, hey, we're Akatas. We do everything on our own. We go and work harder than you. And okay, because we've done so much after we'd done all this stuff, uplifting people, fighting for the apartheid movement. That was us over here helping to stop that stuff, putting pressure on corporations, all this stuff. And then folks come over here, y'all sending over the Myron Games and all these people telling us we're a bunch of lazy Jareers and Akatas and baby mamas. Oh, okay, all right. Well, go and do you then. Now, wait. Okay, because they know it ain't popping no more. Without us, they know it ain't popping. Without us having a global African identity, including them and all that, it ain't popping. Because a lot of them don't have any wins on their belt. They don't have no wins on the board. They know that. So we're taking all of our wins and putting them over in the FBA pile. And boy, our shit is piled all the way up. You see? That's why they have a problem with it. That's why it's all about tethering on to what we're doing. We ain't tethering on to what you're doing. And I'm not being mean. I'm not trying to be mean at all. But you don't have anything going on that we're tethering to. Yeah? We've been uplifting these people for the longest, only to be disrespected. Okay, do you. Work hard. Go ahead and work hard. And now, again, we've not allowed them to dump trash on us because what they needed us for was to really be their trash bin. So anything positive they do, they can chop it up as their nationality.
Hi.
Get out of here. Man, Lord, that got real annoying. That got very annoying. She had a picture of a black lady up. That's why I let her up. It was a picture of a black lady. It was an Asian woman. Okay. Doing way too much. Way too damn much. All right, let's get the family in here. Come on now. Let's talk to you. Oh yeah, let me see where we're at. Lexi, the internet working? No. Still not working? Okay. Okay. Yeah, my internet is tripping. Okay, let me see what's going on with my internet. Because we have still no internet connection? Okay. Okay. All right. All right, let me get some folks in here. I'm using my Wi-Fi in here. Reset router. I don't know. We always got something. It might have something to do with the heat. It was very unusually hot out here today. Jamaican bro, you got some questions up on Jamaican bro? Look like this is a troll account, but okay, let's see what's going on. Jamaican bro, is this a troll account?
No, this is not a troll account. Hi Tariq.
How you doing, bro?
I'm familiar with your work. I've been a fan of Hidden Colors. I've always, loved the series. It's nice to learn about Black American history.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to ask 3 questions in specific.
Yeah.
So I'm in the beginning, I didn't understand what delineation meant, but I looked into the argument, and it's basically an ethnogenesis argument. The same argument for Jamaican people, and I kind of get behind that, but there are some, I guess, Black Americans that are claiming like Cherokee, and I'm wondering if you're on that boat as well, right? Because there's like this specific thing happening in Jamaica as well, where they're trying to put like, oh, I'm a Taino now, right? Because sometimes they copy what Black Americans do, and I'm telling them I'm not a Taino, I'm not no damn Taino, right? So I'm wondering what's your opinion on the whole Cherokee thing, because it's kind of like a side effect that's affecting Jamaica as well. So
yeah, no, I've talked about that before. Some of the people who will call up and say, hey, we shouldn't say we're Black, we should say we're Native American. And I've had issues with that for a few reasons, because we've developed a foundation of Black American culture, and the people in their family, if they're really genuinely from here, because a lot of times, a lot of people will try to do the indigenous thing. Oh, we shouldn't say we're a foundation of Black American. We should say we're from some tribe. Because a lot of these people are low-key immigrants from the Caribbean. They'll try to say, let's claim Arawak, because the Arawaks were going between Caribbean islands and the North American mainland. So that's a little backdoor way they try to seep into the lineage. But we've had an ethnogenesis from the tribes and from the African tribes, and became a whole different ethnic group. So that's my argument.
Oh, so you're basically claiming that you're just Black American now.
Yeah,
right?
we're foundational.
Right, and I covered that earlier. So the issue is that so indigenous people, the people who say they're indigenous, they see Black as something separate than themselves. Like they low key look at Black as African ancestry, like a Pan-African or like a tether, and like that's their mistake. They equate Black to African ancestry type shit. Like that's not what we're saying when we say Black. When we say Black doesn't mean African ancestry. Black means ethnogenesis. Okay, Black means that you got some African ancestry, possibly, you got some indigenous ancestry, possibly, and some European. So as I explained earlier, I showed an image earlier, a small video of a homogeneous mixture comparable to heterogeneous mixtures. Okay, and I'll show a little later once I get to my destination. I dropped everybody off, so now we in here. You dig? We get some coffee, and we in here. So anyway, so what he's saying is, so indigenous people, they have a problem with the word Black because they see Black as equivalent to African or African ancestry, as like really African. So they even have a hard time grasping what Black means because they have their own agenda or they believe the tethers. It's like, no, Black does not mean African ancestry, Black does not mean African. So you got to stop. We've been trying to educate you guys. You got to stop. Black is the name of our ethnogenesis. And like our ethnogenesis didn't have a name. Like we just happened. You feel me? We just happened. And Black was a default. You know what I mean? We not default, but we took on Black. Like, okay, like we just Black. And that was our name. And that name came after the ethnogenesis. This is for people who say they're indigenous, okay? Black was something we named ourselves after the ethnogenesis. Black was not something we were before our ethnogenesis. Oh, God damn, these fucking illegals, man. And the cop look at me like I did something wrong. I'm at the light making a right, which I can. You can make a right on red out here in Jersey, not New York, and because the car that will be coming across the light was making a left, so some illegal ass young Hispanic was like went around that car like super goddamn fast. Like yo, I mean, look what time it is. You had nothing but kids walking around. That's why yo, listen, man. If y'all got kids and they're in it, 18, unless they got somewhere to go, like a job, yeah, don't have them driving no cars, man. They got to earn that with maturity. I had no damn little 17, 18. Don't rush them in the car and mess around, meet his fate. You can't drive. Can't drive. All right. And they play with it too often. So anyway, homogeneous mixture that explains our ethnogenesis the best. Homogeneous mixture, look at it as Tariq Nasheed gave the analogy, and I like it. And it brought me back to my chemistry days, and I was studying chemistry. Because in chemistry, we talk about homogeneous mixtures and heterogeneous mixtures. So the difference is homogeneous is literally like baking a cake. You get the cake batter, pancake batter, you get cookie batter, whatever. You get eggs, you get water, you get oil. You mix it together. It becomes one thing. It's no longer eggs solely or independently. It's no longer oil independently or even solely. It's no longer water. Matter of fact, if you look at it, you can't tell if eggs are in there, oil is in there from afar, or even eggs, water, or whatever. You can't even tell it's in there because it's so homogeneous mixed in. Homogeneously mixed in. Go, man. Why you over here with your blinker on? These idiots. Yeah. Caught the light for no reason. Just all they got here just illegals being with licenses illegally. Everything about it illegal is gonna be done illegally. Illegal in the country, illegal job, illegal employment, illegal goddamn license, illegal this, that, anyway. Yeah, so homogeneously blended. You can't tell what ingredient was in there. You can't. Now, when you compare it to its counterpart, a heterogeneous mix, that is a salad. You have tomatoes, you have onions, you have lettuce. That is a heterogeneous mix. You can look at it and tell there's tomatoes in there, lettuce in there, and onions. You can look at it and tell. Nothing is blended in collective as it's not a one. It's they are independently in the bowl. That's all. You got just different things in the bowl. That's all. That's not on one accord at all. But homogeneous mixtures are one accord. They become one thing. Our ethnogenesis, so whether you were indigenous at one point, African at one point, or European at one point, when you came together in America and went through what you went through, you became a homogeneous blend of a one entity. You're no longer solely indigenous. You're no longer solely African. You're no longer solely European. You are a mixture of all. And the name for that new thing is black. We chose black. It could change. It could change. But right now we're on code with black. But it can change. But you're definitely not nothing else. You dig? You're black or you're nothing. So you ain't gonna tell me I'm not black. I'm this. No, not if you're part of this homogenous mix. No, you're not. You're not that. You started off as that. That batter started off independently as an egg, oil, water. You dig? But nah, that's all one thing now. They ain't no longer egg. Look at it. That ain't how eggs look. Look at it. That's not how water looks. That's not how sugar looks. You dig? What the fuck? That ain't how it looks. Yeah, so he rode past where he's going. Wow. Don't blast at my ear. Yeah, so you're no longer that thing you originally was. You feel me? So that is the best example in my mind. What of a homogenous people? God damn. This damn illegal in front of me won't move out the goddamn way, man. Had all that space, you fuck. All right. Yeah, so that is a great expression of what you are today. Okay, so you're just gonna keep going. You're not gonna stop. You're just gonna keep going. You're not gonna look. You're just gonna keep going, right? All right. And anyway, what's that looking like? Graph. All right. So let me just play. Okay. So with that great example, I'm gonna play the video, family. All right. So anybody want to talk about that? Click the link. You dig? You want to talk about that specifically? Click the link. We could talk about that. I just explained.
America, I don't, and some of us have Native American indigenous ancestry, but to claim the tribe, no.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Because it's something happening in Jamaica, right, where basically everybody just wants to be like a Taino, and I'm saying no, I'm not that. I don't know anything about Tainos. That's not me, right? So the second question I have is okay, so I understand like why this is happening, the whole delineation thing, right? But there's basically a bunch of Jamaicans who apparently went abroad and then exclaimed to other Black American people that they're not Black, right? And that's been an issue for a while because it's affecting me, right? Because some Black Americans are looking my way and saying, "Oh, you guys said you're not Black, right?" And I'm trying to explain to them that there's a specific classes structure within Jamaica where whenever a Jamaican goes abroad, they kind of look down on Jamaicans back on the island, right? And the idea that they're not Black is something that usually cultivates when they travel abroad because Blackness is something embraced inside of Jamaica, right? There's a colorism issue, but it is, and because I'm very dark skinned, I'm a very dark skinned man. Right?
Family, that is 100% cap. Okay, what they embrace over there is their ethnicity. Hello. Good. Yeah. So what he talking about? That's 100% cap. They don't become that until they come over here.
Right. So I just wanted your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, because I've heard with my own ears some Jamaicans over here say, "Well, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican." I've literally heard that. And I'm like, "Oh, okay." So they look at themselves as different, and they look at Blackness as something different. Blackness is really synonymous with Black Americans. So that's an argument that a lot of people are making that we should be. only people.
Right, there's a colorism issue. They're not black. There's a specific classist structure within Jamaica where whenever a Jamaican goes abroad, they kind of look down on Jamaicans back on the island, right? And the idea that they're not black is
I'm talking on mute. Oh my God. I just happened to look up and see the damn thing on mute.
something that usually cultivates when they travel out.
So anyway, all I said, well, I'll reiterate it. I said a mouthful. All I said was, that's a damn lie. Okay. These guys are not black. And what they do is they project the way they see themselves in us. So he just said that Jamaicans, they go abroad, the ones that leave the country, they look back, they look down on the Jamaicans who are in the country. See, that's how they view each other. You know, they have the colonization mindset. They have the colonizers mindset, where once they leave Jamaica, they look at the other ones like, aha, that's the crab in the barrel mentality, right? We don't do that. We don't have that mentality on Jamaicans.
Abroad because blackness is something embraced inside of Jamaica, right? There's a colorism issue, but it is because I'm very dark skinned. I'm a very dark skinned man, right? So I just wanted your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, because I've heard with my own ears some Jamaicans over here say, "Well, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican." I've literally heard that. And I'm like, oh, okay. So they look at themselves as different, and they look at blackness as something different. Blackness is really synonymous with Black Americans. So that's an argument that a lot of people are making, that we should be the only people classified as black or considered black. Now that's a long street to go around because a lot of people will get in on technicalities.
No, they will not. Okay, I'm sorry. Like I said, I need to talk to our brother Turk Nasheed on this topic because he never heard a real thorough breakdown. You feel me? Of how we're the only black people. I'm telling you, I was the leading voice on signal boosting, debating, arguing how we are the only black people in the world, and always ever was. I had real debates with real people, so I'm not just going around saying it. I actually debated, and the link is open right now for anybody who believes that there's somebody black outside of Foundation Black Americans. And matter of fact, I'm so good with this topic that when people that call in, that we have the discussion, almost damn near all of them leave no longer looking at themselves as black if they're non-foundational. They look at they understand it. It's a strong argument. So Tariq just ain't hear the entire argument, but you know, when everything link up, we will talk about this and hash it out where all of us are on code propagating that we're the only black people because we know we are. That's why it's not that hard to understand once the argument gets going. And as you can see, when the tethers and Pan-Africans call in, and when I make the same argument, it's like little to no rebuttal. Oh, nah, the Brazilians, nope. Class system, color system, nope. They are Brazilians, my guy. They have a color system, but that's not their ethnicity. That's not how they're recognized in the country. That's a color system, my guy. For like a class type stuff, that's not who they are globally, nationally. That's not who they are. Then he's the Sudanese people. No, sir. Wrong. They were Nubians and Kushites. Wrong again. So the Haitians wrote, nope. Les Noir was a war galvanization thing. That was not their ethnicity. Okay, they were Saint Domingo and then they became Haitian. All right. So no, none of those work. So again, we just gotta get around to that, and I think I know enough where I could get the brother on board. I had a good hour discussion with George Macon, and he was playing devil's advocate on what they would say. Matter of fact, I want that young guy to call back in. The young guy who said he'd be on FBA Red live stream because he was playing devil's advocate. I think he went. He started to worry me. He started to worry me a little bit too much. I started to like doubt his FBA-ness. I'm like, dude, I understand you're giving me their argument, but I'm giving you the superior FBA argument, and you are now telling me that their argument is as superior or equal to what the argument I just gave you. That's the superior argument. So I'm like, okay, yeah, bro. If you are FBA, you dig, you're arguing your devil's advocacy is coming too good. You dig? It's starting to convince me of tether advocacy. You dig? So I want him to call back in and hit that link and call back in if he can. Where the I can't see shit with this damn sun. Hold on. Yeah, so I'm gonna need him to call back in. He called himself. Oh, his name is Megdon, or at least over here. And yeah, man. And then I asked him how many debates he had. He said 0. So how do you know a strong argument? I said, I'm trying to let the young fella know, like, yo, dude, like I know you don't know who I am, but I'm trying to tell you who I am. I'm not somebody who just appeared yesterday. Like all these guys that's debating and coming attacking us, like all these guys, they know who I am. I didn't cook them. You dig? Like you're faced with their minions. I'm faced with their leaders. I was trying to tell the young guy, but that wasn't good enough for him. So I'm gonna call back in actually. I'm gonna switch back to my lappy top since I got it right here. preserve my phone. Okay, so let me go ahead and share my screen and pick up where we left off at with Tariq Nasheed. And we're gonna get it, family. We're gonna get it. Hey, $2 super chat, Alexis Berry, support the channel. Yeah, that's another thing, family. Make sure listen. What I say is we can't be contradictory, okay? If we believe we're great, and if we believe we're doing great things, and we have activists out here who you believe are doing great things, we got to support activists. Just like Tariq Nasheed's asking for support for the Hidden Color documentary series, I think people should support. We got to support our own. You feel me? And we can't talk about how great we are, and we don't represent the greatness. You feel me? So, especially when it comes to each other, like people are looking. People see when we have projects and it barely get done. Like people not convinced. Like, nah, that's why they talk so boldly. Like, you guys have no power. You have no power because they start to see there's a lot of talk and not too much action behind that talk, and not too much collective action behind that talk. So if Tariq Nasheed got a project, and at least all of us who watch his stuff, man, if all of us gave $10, you dig? Like, let's say he has a live. Sometimes he be live. He got like 7,000 people in the chat. If everybody just donated $10, that's 70 grand right there. I think he's only asking for 100 grand, something like that. If 7,000 people, $10, that's 70 grand. You feel me? So, but not just him, like anybody else who have a project to have a listening audience who supports that man or that woman, and support the project, especially if it's like a good one. I'm not saying support any old thing, but yeah, man, we got to start supporting each other, showing that the support come in many. It's not just always monetary. The support comes with audience. So we're live, pull up. We should be having 400 people here. I got 5,000 subscribers. I should have at least half at some time tune in, not all the time, but sometime I should have 2,500 live chat members. I'll take that over money any day. If I had 2,500 people live, I could take that over any Cash App, any Zelle, any super chat, super sticker, anytime. You dig? But that's not the case. You feel me? See, when we have a lot of like a large audience, then YouTube and these advertisements will pay us. It takes the burden off the people. You dig? Like, they will sponsor the channel, but they're gonna be a little funny. We can't say certain stuff. We got everything be flagged, whatever. That's why that's family. That's one of the main reasons why I don't monetize. My channel's monetized, but there's a difference between monetize and monetizing. See, my channel's monetized. That means that I can monetize videos. So let me just explain what that means when you say your channel's monetized. That means that it's ready to receive pay. Like you can run ads and blah, blah, blah. I have no ads. None of my lives are ever monetized. So that means any contributions, any financial contributions I get on all of my lives, when I say every last live, none of them been monetized. And I'm not saying that's bad. You can monetize your stuff. I'm saying I didn't, because I don't want to be muzzled. I want to say a little curse word here and there. I want to say this here and there. I want to share this here and there. See, when you monetize, you can't really share like what I'm doing right now. Like, it's a tight rope. I'm able to share people videos for like the whole damn video, basically. You dig? But for monetize, you can't do that. So that's one of the main reasons why I don't want to be monetized, is because I can do more. I can say more. I can present more. I can expose more. But once I'm monetized, I gotta just stick to my own content and, can't really share too many videos like that. All the cool stuff I'm doing. But at some point, if the support ain't matching what I can probably get from YouTube, because thanks to y'all support, I do decent numbers where I will get paid from YouTube. You dig? Sponsors, things like that. But I got no sponsors because I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be muzzled, and I'm gonna rely on my family to support when they can. I'm not saying all the time. I got no membership. Like, there's nothing to join. I don't have no monthly membership for you guys. I'm like, nah, just support when y'all can. All right. So what Sam said, all I have to say, thank you, Alexis Berry, and I'm just responding to her super chat that says support the channel. All right. So let me go ahead and shit. I can't see. This sun is killing me, yo. Okay. We were just on that earlier. All right. I can't see anything. All right, family, let me just go back and share my screen. My bad earlier. I was on mute. I was on mute and didn't know. And I was talking. And I understand some people ain't got patience. Like, I'm out of here. I get it. It's my fault. When I do that, I know it's my fault. And whoever sticks around afterwards, I'm just grateful for. But I was definitely running my mouth and nobody heard one thing. All right. So let me go ahead and finish playing a video. And this be happening too. Now, I was clearly playing the video, right? Yeah, why that video not in my YouTube watch history at all? Like, god damn. All right, let me switch to premium account. So we got no commercial. Also, the donations and the super chats, they pay for all of the things I got to make the dope thumbnails and premium channels. You dig? So it ain't like I'm paying a Lamborghini, Cardinal.
With Black Americans. So that's an argument.
You guys said they're not Black, right? And I'm trying to explain to them that there's a specific classes structure within Jamaica where whenever a Jamaican goes abroad, they kind of look down on Jamaicans back on the island, right? And the idea that they're not Black is something that usually cultivates when they travel abroad, because Blackness is something embraced inside of Jamaica, right? There's a colorism issue, but it is, because I'm very dark.
They have problems with voting, so they don't go to the polls.
Hey, be quiet. Brother Reggie, Brother Reject. All right, let me get my stuff ready. Okay. Oh, snap. I can't stand
each other. So if you aren't familiar,
I can't stand Internet Explorer, yo. When you got like videos just like on pause, after a while it'll reset it. If you go back to that browser by mistake, it'll reset the whole damn thing.
Right? And the idea goes abroad, they kind of look down on Jamaicans back on.
So you heard them. Jamaicans who leave Jamaica, they look down back at the ones that's home. And they project that look on us. I know we don't feel like y'all. We don't look at the ones abroad or the ones home as inferior. You dig? No, like we look at y'all as regular human beings. We want y'all to be on code, you dig, in line, a rider when y'all over here. Like your ancestors.
Because it's affecting me, right? Because some Black Americans are looking my way and saying, oh, you guys said you're not Black, right? And I'm trying to explain to them that there's a specific classes structure within Jamaica where whenever a Jamaican goes abroad, they kind of look down on Jamaicans back on the island, right? And the idea that they're not Black is something that usually cultivates when they travel abroad, because Blackness is something embraced inside of Jamaica, right? There's a colorism issue, but it is, and because I'm very dark skinned, I'm a very dark skinned man, right? So I just wanted your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, because I've heard with my own ears some Jamaicans over here say, well, I'm not Black, I'm Jamaican. I've literally heard that. And I'm like, oh, okay. So they look at themselves as different, and they look at Blackness as something different. Blackness is really synonymous with Black Americans. So that's an argument that a lot of people are making, that we should be the only people classified as Black. And that's a long people technicalities and say, hey, I'm Black in Jamaica, I was Black in Haiti, whatever. That's why I say foundational Black American.
Okay, yeah, because I guess that is true, right? But it's like, because there's like some studies back in the past, right? There's like a slave owner by the name of Thomas Thistlewood, right? If you look
They're familiar with them, yeah.
Yeah, if you look into like his journals and whatnot, you'd real I'm saying that I'd realize that he would call us like Negroes, the Jamaican slaves call us Negroes and the black, not black people, but call us the blacks, right? So how I interpreted it was like under a social construct, like Europeans just saw all Jamaican people as not all of them, right? But people who are dark skinned like me, they just saw us all as black people. Right.
Hey, family, I can't see the sun is so bright, I cannot see my damn screen to pause this guy from lying. I'm like pissed off. I can't find nothing. I can't stop the cat. I can't shut up. No sound effects, and I can't even stop this guy from lying. I'm like, I had to let it go. I'm mad as hell. Like, god damn, I got all these wires everywhere. Hold on. I'm trying to untangle all the wires. I dropped my pen. I got a stupid ass card. I dropped the damn pen in the seat thing. It just disappeared, like literally just gone. So I'm looking for that. And you need a pen. You feel me? Sun blazing, just blaze. Hey, you got kids, you know about just blaze.
So I was trying to like explain that, in a general context, that this isn't really a mentality in Jamaica. It's just a lot of them are brought.
Yo, what the F is happening, man? Buttons are being pressed. I didn't press. Videos being played. I don't want to play just yet. Mad as hell. I'm dropping everything in between the seats. And this guy is lying and it's pissing me off. The main reason why some of us to stick to ourselves, man. Goddamn lying. Trying to get stuff out the way so I can move my laptop in a place where the sun ain't there. Man, I got so much wires and stuff all over the damn place. Wires at the damn place, man. All these wires. Anyway. All right, now let me cook this guy. Lying ass dude.
Black people, but of Thomas Thistlewood, right? If you look
they're familiar with them, yeah.
Yeah, if you look into like his journals and whatnot, you'd real I'm saying that I'd realize that he would call us like Negroes, the Jamaican slaves call us Negroes and the black, not black people, but call us the blacks. Right?
Okay, now he's lying. He's lying. Like these guys just are okay with just lying. So the English word black, they was calling you the blacks. Like, stop lying. Stop lying. And let's go with the lie. Because sometimes I entertain a lie just to prove the point still. Bro, if you were called black at all, bro, give me the context in which they called you black. Because you just said you're very dark skinned. Give us the now. I don't believe the guy at all. I know he's lying. Okay, but if that was remotely true, in any sense, in what sense were you called black? Like, he could only say by his color. So you guys were called black because your color, right? Which I don't believe. But let's go with it. Let's go with the lie. Okay, so you were called black by your color. Okay, even with that, you're not black. You had an identity, my guy, and it was whatever it was before they called you that. And you didn't call yourself that. You called yourself Jamaican, man. Okay? So even if that lie was true, you're still not black because that is they described you as something. I'm sure they called you dark skin. I'm sure they called you animals, a reference to animals. Are you that? You probably rejected all that stuff. You dig? So you're not gonna now, because that's our identity. So you know what? Remember when that white T man called it? No, which I know is a lie anyway. Okay, so I'm not allowing nobody to lie and tether on to blackness. Okay, no, we're not doing that. And like I said, Tariq is probably doing his research a little bit, but he ain't where I'm at just yet, where I will call that out. Dude, first I'll stop lying. All right. In what sense did they call you black? All right, hold on. Hold on. This goddamn liar. I don't like liars. Don't like liars.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you look into like his journals or whatnot, you'd real I'm saying that I'd realize that he would call us like Negroes, the Jamaican slaves call us Negroes and the black, not black people, but call us the blacks, right? So how I interpreted it was like under a social construct, like Europeans just saw all Jamaican people as not all of them, right? But people who are dark skinned like me, they just saw us all as black people, right? So I was trying to like explain that, you know, in a general context, that this isn't really a mentality in Jamaica. It's just a lot of them abroad. I don't know why they say it. I really don't. I really don't know why they say it, but it's just something that happens, I guess. And I guess I have to hold them accountable. I can't really, I can't really like, you know, get at FBAs and
right, because my thing, okay, if you ain't black, all right, you ain't black then, all right, cool. All right, but thank you for the call, brother. All right, Mr. Zamad.
Well, he's got 28 bucks in a savings account.
Yeah, Zamad Allah. What's up, Rick?
Zamad Allah, how are you, sir?
You hit 5%. Yeah. So blackness ain't something you could join in and jump out. It's not a group, you dig, in a sense where you could join and disjoin. Black is the lineage. Like it's synonymous with lineage. That's my whole point. Black is synonymous with lineage. Foundational Black American lineage.
I'm all right. Yeah, I just wanted to say shout out to you, bro. Because this stuff is long overdue.
Yes, sir.
No, it's long overdue. I've been felt this way about these people. I just didn't know it was a lot of us that felt this way. And you know, Pan-Africanism, for a long time it had shackles on us.
Yeah.
So we just had to accept all the disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Turn a blind eye to it. We did that for decades.
Oh yeah.
So I just want to say shout out to you.
Man, respect to you, brother. Respect, man.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, we turned again, the Pan-Africanists turn Africa into a de facto heaven where you're not supposed to criticize it and you're supposed to just ignore all the janky shit. And we said, hell no, enough of that. Solon Queen. Solon Queen. All right. Let me see. Solon Queen is not saying nothing. Let's get one more good one then. Let's get one more good one. All right. Alicia. I see Alicia in there. Come on. Miss Alicia. Alicia.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I went trying to get
And family, let's go back to my man. He said they called him black. And now, family, what is that? When an outsider name you something, what is that called? I'm gonna give you guys a few seconds before I give you the answer. Who's the first person to give me that answer? When you're named something by an outsider, especially a goddamn colonizer or enslaver, what is that called? What is that called? Let me look in the chat. Who knows that answer? Like, goddamn, they want to be us so badly, man. Hey, let me hold on. I see a super chat in the building. 1 second. Let me see. I can't. My screen is so black. Lanita Goings, okay, 1999 super chat, supporting my people. Thank you very much for the super chat. And again, I give relevant, great information. You did exclusive information, a lot of times stuff you never heard before. And I'm doing a video right now debunking a liar who tried to disrespect and undermine our reparations claim. And he's going around different platforms saying that we don't know law and we're wrong. And I got one of the only channels dedicated to debunk his anti-FBA claims one by one. You dig? This is what I do over here. Okay, so let's see. Anybody answer that question? Hold on. So thank you for the super chat. Right. There you go, Lanita. He said the white people call them black. Right. that is called an exonym, outside name. That's not my argument, by the way. I shortened my argument by saying we're the only blacks, but my entire argument, family, the wording I use is that we're the only people who gave ourselves the name black as an endonym. Okay, so sometimes I shorten and say we're the only blacks to get one of these guys to jump off the roof and call in. But the entire wording that I use, that we're the only people to name ourselves, our ethnic group, our ethnicity, an exonym word called black. Everybody else didn't do that. They used black as a filler in, a nickname to some degree, and it was an exonym. It was somebody else, the Arabs, Al Sudan calling you black. It was the Europeans calling, like he said, calling them black. So my entire argument, I shortened up the argument on purpose just to get somebody to call in and jump off the porch. But the entire argument is exonym versus ethnonym. Okay, that's my argument. I've been saying that for the longest. So that's on wax. We called ourselves black, and it had nothing to do with how we look. No skin tone. It was an experience. It was it's the experience of America, the 400 years of experience of America. That is called black. And we're proud to be black. Dr. King said black historically was known as a horrible word. So family, if black was a horrible word, why would another people with a culture, why would another people who's not lost but found, why would they call themselves black? If black was historically a negative derogatory word, why would a people purposely call themselves that? And that word was derogatory because white folks define it as derogatory, or Arabs define it as derogatory. So why would a people of proudness, culture, and pride, and they're not lost, why would they take on a term that's equivalent to being lost and no culture? Yeah, so we know it's bullshit. We know that it's bullshit. And that's why I welcome people to click that link and talk to me about blackness. All right. So let me go to the Swazi. Thank you for the super chat, Lanita Goings. Yeah, exonym. Exonym is the word. Exo means outside, and nym, NYM, means name. Outside name. Endonym is what we named ourselves. Endo is inside, and you have name. So it's an inside name. So that means the insiders named themselves. We named ourselves black. Nobody named us that. And we did it in 1960. Or the late 50s, early 60s. Exonym, it means other people named you something. So we were exonymed Negro, exonymed colored, and other derogatory terms. You feel me? But when we sat there and named ourselves, we said black, and we gave the definition. We gave the attributes of it. So that was like the trademark. So like we trademarked it by common law usage. Y'all want to talk about trademarks? I'm getting so good with that topic. Yeah, so we pretty much trademark black. Not by the registration. We didn't register it that way, but there's another way. There's another way to trademark without paperwork, and it's called common law usage. Outkast won their trademark claim because of common law usage, not because they registered it. No, the other group registered the name. EDM Duo. ATLians, that white boy group named themselves that, and they trademarked it. Okay, and then they try to act like it's theirs. Outkast sued the hell out of them, and got their paper right. And they say, yeah, you owe us, because the white boys thought because they didn't trademark it, they can do it behind their back and pull out the carpet underneath their feet. But they did not do their research. They didn't know there was something called a common law usage trademark. Outkast been using ATLians for 30 years. Okay, that's common law uses. Well, guess what? Black people in America, U.S. chattel slavery, we've been using black for 30 years before Jesse Jackson came and told us that we were African American. So we have a common law uses trademark on black, and we defined it. We gave it attributes, and it was all positive, nothing negative. You feel me? So this is what I pride myself of, giving you information you probably never heard before and going over stuff or you heard before but you couldn't really articulate it, couldn't express it. And I give it to you in layman woman terms where you get it, you got it, you remember it, now you can teach it. All right, so let's go with this lying Jamaican guy. Well, he's done. Another guy called in.
It's all right. It's all
Right.
Man,
We know these
there too in that little small ass town.
like some bombs, so I had to.
The dude in Cesar, the one the Mexicans like Cesar Chavez.
Yeah.
Come to find out, the Me Too movement is after him, and he's dead.
Wow. Okay. All right, brother. But thank you so much. All right. I'm in X. All right. You can go do that snoring stuff with that
snoring stuff.
Get chat room. Get on. That lets me know.
And that's
you're
gonna be
awake.
me. If I ever called in his show again, I think I'm gonna be one of those snoring people. You know, because he be on so late, and I be yawning by like 10 o'clock nowadays. Yesterday, man, I wasn't live because I was on the phone. Well, not on the phone. I was chatting with DJ Genesis, and she was playing a video that she did. She did an interview on somebody from the community, and she had me check it out. So by 9:22 p.m., I was yawning and like, damn, I'm tired. She thought I was tired because the video was boring. I said, nah, I'm just the way it is, where it is right now. This is where I am right now. I'm just tired earlier now.
All right. Raise your hand if you want to get on.
This one I never watched, so I don't know if another guy can call in. Let's see.
Hop on. You hop on, Bella, whatever your name is. I have not seen it. How was it?
It's interesting and a lot.
We're a little over the halfway mark.
From day one. All right, so family, going back to, I believe either directly or indirectly, my activisms, right, about who's black and who's not, gatekeeping black, I believe that's reaching Tariq Nasheed, and he's becoming convinced and influenced by what I'm doing over here as far as that, because I'm like the leading voice who debates it, argues it, teaches it, show you the ways where people lie and say they used it and debunk it. And I go to the exonym, endonym, ethnonym. You dig? I do that. They don't do that. Okay, here we are. So let's get back to Brother Reject and his plebiscite babble with reparations.
They don't write. They don't research really well, right? They use Google for most of their research, whatever they can Google. They're not part of those local reparations movements. They're not. So what we have now is people trying to carry a load of reparations, because that's where these groups, ADOS and FBA, formed, right, to delineate themselves for possible reparations from the oppressor. Problem with that is that, of course, they're not the thinkers. They're not the long-term planners. Reparations for one generation is really problematic. So without further ado, I am going to share my 4-minute presentation, and then we're going to talk about some things based on what I think that the community needs to know and what the chat says. So let's see if I can share. This is the new platform, and so I haven't used it often. So let's see if I can share screen. Great.
Hey, James, I don't believe you. I believe you read that wrong. People, and by the way, you got to call in. Okay. Is that James? Oh, the clout chasing dude. Oh my God. All right. Yeah, dude. Okay. I'm gonna entertain you for a second. I want you to present this information. No, I accept ChatGPT, like, because people don't use it correctly. As you can see, Tether Dream and Tether New, be using ChatGPT, then they think it sides with them until I have them rephrase the wording more honestly, and then it debunks them. So James, same thing I'm gonna do to him. He says some people in Africa call themselves black. Okay, so this is my example how nobody can touch me on this topic. When I say nobody's black but us, we are. We're the only blacks. And watch how I easily debunk his garbage. Okay, look at his garbage. Now I'm gonna put the link out there. I'm gonna fall for his tether bait because if this is the James Parker, I think if that's James Parker, I know he's an honorary tether or actual tether himself. So I just want to kick his ass real fast. Now he's gonna do the 4 T's. He's gonna talk. I gotta mute him, and he's gonna curse and I gotta kick him off. That's what's gonna happen. So I'm already telling you what's gonna happen. He's gonna come up with some frivolous research. I'm gonna debunk it. He's gonna talk over, not answer questions, and then he's going to crash out. I gotta kick him off. So I'm gonna need you to click that link. Okay. One thing you're not gonna do in this chat is give off misinformation, and then don't defend it. So James, it's 4:16, my guy. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, or I gotta get you up out of here. Okay. Okay. All right. So right now I'm gonna de-rent you until you call in. All right. So I'm not gonna let you misrepresent FBAs. Click the link. The link is right there. Okay. You're de-wrench, right? And now you click that link and you're right. I will apologize and give your wrench back. Okay. But you won't be allowed to spread misinformation out here. We already got one guy on the screen spreading misinformation. We don't need 2 people. So you got to click that link and defend what you just said.
Here is the screen. And I'm going to share the system audio. Great. So it's only 4 minutes. So by the time that you get your popcorn, it'll be over. Here is something that I want to say right off the bat, right? A spoiler alert. Do you know in the last reparations case,
okay, so he already have a history of misrepresenting reparation cases. I've been debunking him all afternoon, and so we know we can't take his words on face value. But here he is.
4-minute presentation, and then we're going to talk about some things based on what the chat, what I think that the community needs to know, and what the chat says. So let's see if I can share. This is the new platform, and so I haven't used it often.
Hey James, you didn't click. Okay, James, this is what you did. You're in my chat. You said something, and you stood 10 toes on it. I challenged you. I said, click the link and defend that. You chose to flee. I got a song. The FBA anthem says, "We don't flee, we stay." You dig? You fled. You said something contrary to what I said. I challenged you. FBAs, we love a challenge. You dig? You don't challenge an FBA person and don't get called on it. I challenge you. You didn't click the link. So I'm going to see you tomorrow, 4 o'clock. I'm going to time you out for 24 hours and get you up out of here. Now you cannot call in. Okay, so if you try to call in now, it's too late. You're supposed to comment. You're supposed to call in before you got timed out. But now I'm going to time you out for 24 hours. We'll talk to you. We'll hear from you 4 o'clock tomorrow p.m.
So let's see if I can share screen. Great. Here is the screen. And I'm going to share the system audio. Great. So it's only 4 minutes. So by the time that you get your popcorn, it'll be over. Here is something that I want to say right off the bat, right? A spoiler alert. Do you know in the last reparations case, the Deirdre Farmer Pellman case, that in that court, in that opinion written by Posner, right? Do you know that, or what we have found is that we cannot get reparations. Watch this. We cannot get reparations for our ancestors. Let me say that again.
Family, this dude is a reject. No, James. No, James. No, James. No, James. You won't troll today, my guy. Get off. Get off. Get off. You should have called in. You made the claim. You don't call in when you get timed out. Get out of here, James. Get your goofy self out of here, man. You're a cloud chaser. Go to a Pan-African channel and go ahead and have a dialogue with them, bro. Get up out of here, man.
The last reparations case, called the Deirdre Farmer Pellman case, shut up, outlined that it is almost impossible and very difficult for plaintiffs in a federal case on reparations to represent their ancestors.
Dr. Cap.
Did y'all know that?
Okay, so if this was true, brother reject, then why did all those Pan-Africans groups, NARC, all of them, the New African Revolution, whatever they call, why did all of them waste their time? And even why did all of those people waste their time with seeking reparations on behalf of the ancestors? And by the way, brother reject is misrepresenting us. We're not solely seeking reparation damages based on our ancestors, family. We are also doing it on behalf of us. This is called a continuous harm, like a RICO charge, family. So if you do something 10 years ago and you don't do it no more, then the statute of limitations might protect you. But if you did something 10 years ago to one person and you did it to somebody else 2 years after that to somebody else, and there's a pattern, then the RICO charge connects you and the statute of limitations do not protect you. Okay, so brother reject, we're not solely looking for reparation. This guy, get James, get out of here, my guy. Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you. Get out of here. You're waste of time, bro. You've been on the platform. You've been proven to be a dummy. We're good. Get out of here, bro. Go, like I said, go waste your time on the Pan-African channel. And they can use the conversation. You dig? But this guy right here, brother reject, is misrepresenting us. He's trying to pretend that we are solely fighting for reparations on behalf of our ancestors, as though we're not also fighting for the continuous harm that affects us in 2026. This is a piece of garbage, guy. See, so I'm getting better and better with this reparation stuff where I'm able to catch the slickness, the gaslighting, the straw man. No, bro, I'm not only asking for my ancestors, I'm asking for me. I'm still, it's continuous. It never stopped. The harm never stopped. The systemic racism never stopped. It continued, my guy. We're still being excluded. We're still being excluded like our ancestors. So family, don't fall for that. Don't fall for it. We're only fighting for our ancestors. No, we're fighting for ourselves. It's a continuous harm starting with our ancestors.
Benosu, peace to you. Thank you. Did you know, family, that we cannot represent our grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents? Did y'all know that?
Cat.
Did you know about that burden? So if that is true, and it is very true, then what are these people talking about when they're talking about reparations?
Okay, so you see that, family? He gave y'all a straight up straw man argument and then went on to debunk it. This is what they do. He gave us a straw man argument It's a half truth. It's a half truth. They are good at family. They are, if it sounds too good to be true, always think of it as a half truth. It might not be all the way incorrect, but always assume they're not representing it correctly.
I know what's going on, right?
No, you don't. Well, you're lying. That's what you know. What you know what's going on because you're the one lying. Okay, that's not our claim. Our claim is ancestors plus us, the living descendants.
They're building their social media. That's all they're doing, building their social media. Because
but he's the main one on everybody's platform asking for money, and these people don't even know who this guy is. He comes to your platform as a guest, and he'll beg your audience for money.
We cannot have a suit on behalf of ourselves for our ancestors.
Stop the cap.
You're going to find that out when I read the Farmer Pellman case.
Okay, so if that's true, Brother Reject, then I'm going to need you to explain what I mentioned earlier about the 1877 Swazi. Hold on one second. Let me go to my notes. If that's true, my guy, then I'm going to need you to explain this right here. Oh, damn. I didn't. You're not typing on what? Come on. Okay. This statutes of limitations exist to prevent old evidence, not new evidence, old evidence from being used in court. Old evidence. We're using new evidence. Okay, new research. Statutes of limitations do not prevent a government from passing a law to settle a historical grievance. Family, how convenient would that be? The main people you're going to sue can pass a law where they can't be sued. You did? Come on, man. That'll be a human rights issue. That'll be all type of violations. So, right, yeah, that'll go somewhere else. How can a government? I mean, that'll be too convenient. A government can pass a law where you cannot sue them. In that case, then nobody's civil liberties will be protected. They'll just keep passing laws where you can't. You can't hold them to any. And then you have a tyranny. You dig? No, that's not how that works, my guy. The U.S. government, Brother Reject, paid reparations to the Sioux Nation in 1980 for land stolen in 1877. That's over 100 years after the harm occurred. That sounds like descendants to me, reaping on behalf of something that did not involve them. That sounds like something that happened to a people and the other people are reaping it and it didn't happen to them. So that just cooked you, my guy. You just lied. Lied. Just lied.
Bruh.
You're gonna find that out. And then when you find that out, you're going to have to look at some of these people that's talking about reparations side-eyed. Because but when we think
what
of
was the question?
reparations,
Oh, okay, let me put it in for you. I can't repronounce it, but let me put it in for you in the chatty chat. Hold on. Okay. I gave my best attempt. Shit. Come on. I hate this goddamn computer. Can't wait till I get my Mac fixed. I don't want to, it's just too expensive. Like, it's just my screen. My son kicked my screen on my Mac, and I've been down bad ever since then. But here's the name of that tribe right here. There you go.
As we think of reparations, traditionally from the period of the United States or the colonies from the British. Oh, and there was, of course, there's the other period where the British involved themselves in slavery. Okay, we're not suing the French, we're not suing the Spanish, we're not suing the British. I mean, the British, the French, and the Spanish. We're not suing any of those. We are looking at the period of 1776 onwards in the United States. Now, there's also been a lot of infighting.
So the Sioux Nation has refused a reparations settlement from the U.S. government for the illegal seizure of the Black Hills in 1877, which with interest has grown to over $1.3 billion. The 1980 Supreme Court case, United States versus Sioux Nation of Indians, ruled the seizure was a Fifth Amendment violation, but the Sioux maintained that Black Hills are not for sale, demanding the return of their sacred land rather than monetary payment. So again, this is over 100 years later, and the American government was trying to right the wrong 100 years later. These are descendants. These are not the harm party. Okay, this is 1980, and the case. Well, the seizure of land was 1877, right? But the righting of the wrong was attempted to be in 1980, over 100 years later. So this is what happens when you run into an unbiased Ron. All right? Yeah, we can pull up and read it together. You dig? I would never be this idiotic. And this guy is boldly wrong. You can never trust Pan-Africans like that. You need an FBA person a non-Pan-African FBA to come back and vet the information, because it's usually garbage.
Okay, so Afro-Caribbeans.
Yeah. Okay. So whether they were the Black Indians or not the white, that wasn't the case. So you might be right. You might be right. Unapologetic. You might be right. But I'm using this as a debunk for Brother Reject, because he said that the Pellman case rule that you cannot collect reparations or something like damage on behalf of your ancestors, right? As descendants. And I use that to debunk him. Like, he's just lying. But he claims to be this lawyer guy, which we know he's not a doctor. And we know he's not a lawyer, okay? But he pretends to be a doctor and lawyer, just like his master teachers. Dr. Ben wasn't a doctor, and Dr. John Henry Clark was not a doctor. So they do the make-believe thing.
Seem to be the
He said Radio Reggie looks part Jewish. Yeah, listen, the dude. Yeah, you're not wrong, because I said Libyan, and that's kind of like the same little area you dig for both of them. So you ain't wrong. I say more like more Gaddafi, whatever his name is, Gaddafi. Yeah, he definitely looked non-FBA. He looked like he's from over there in North Africa somewhere.
What? Some comments that they're making. Everybody has freedom of speech. Those pro and those con.
Akil Smith said, I haven't watched little. Okay, I got you. Yeah, it's bad.
We all have freedom of speech, but those are people talking, right? I think that they missed the forest with the trees. The issue is, who should we be directing our energy to is the oppressor.
Okay, so family, I have no idea what that means. What that means, but he's very dismissive. He's very dishonorable, and he's very disingenuous. So what he's saying is, if somebody harm you who's not of 100% European descent, give them a pass. So any East Indians, any Chinese people, any Arabs that come to your neighborhood and set up stores and bodegas and do whatever they do illegal. If they do something legal, all the Hispanics give them all a pass. He's saying focus on the harm just from, I don't know who a colonizer is. Like, he got the wrong ethnic group. Like, we don't know colonizers. We know enslavers, you dig? But they use the colonizer language to include Africa, because Africa was not enslaved. They were colonized, right? We were not colonized. We were enslaved. So they always use language to include Africa. So they say colonizers. Family, check out the pattern. They're not going to ever say enslavers, because once they say enslavers, you're only talking to the diaspora. You're excluding Africa. All of their language, family, all of their language is always to include Africa. All of their language is always to include Africa. They purposely do not use language where Africa is excluded. This is why they call us African Americans. They won't call us Black Americans. And they will pretend those two terms are interchangeable, but they won't ever say we're Black Americans. He won't call himself African American. I'm sorry. He won't call us Black Americans, and he won't even call himself Black American. If y'all listen to Uncle Ruckus, listen to what he called himself consistently. He would call himself African American, but he'll say he's Black. It's like, yeah, but when do you ever say you're Black? You always say you're African American, because they always trying to include that place that they think is the promised land.
Then there's this argument that we have to delineate ourselves from other groups. Well, I think that we're already delineated in some aspects as far as culture, longevity in the United States, involvement in abolitionist movements, freedom movements, civil rights.
That's not what we mean, bro. When we say delineate, we're talking about on paper. The federal government have us lumped in with anybody of African ancestry that just recently moved to this country. It could be yesterday, it could be 60 years ago. The guys lumped up as them as all the same people. No, bro, we're going to be delineate on paper as well in real life. All right, so stop misrepresenting us.
OS and the groups, they write, they come to meetings physically, and they vote. Their ancestors. Did y'all know that? Ben Nosut, peace to you, thank you. Did you know, family, that we cannot represent our grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents? Did y'all know that? Did you know about that burden? So if that is true, and it is very true, then what are these people talking about when they're talking about reparations?
Okay. Oh my God.
I know what's going on, right?
As you can see, he's an idiot. He's saying what we can't do, and I'm showing you it has already been done. So he said, what are we talking about? We're talking about this. We're talking about this, my guy.
Building their social media. That's all they're doing, building their social media, because we cannot have a suit on behalf of ourselves for our ancestors. You're going to find that out when I read the Farmer Pellman case. You're gonna find that out, and then when you find that out, you're going to have to look at some of these people that's talking about reparations side-eyed, because be my guest. So they're right. They are absolutely right. This is not for them, right? And so if I have to be scolded about content, fine. I could take that. People don't want to hear. People don't want to hear what I have to say. I could take that. I could take that. But I promise you, I'll give you some of the best content on Black culture and Black American culture and ancient culture. Okay, so this case was argued. This case was argued in 2006 at the appellate level. 2006. This is when it was decided. 2006. That's been almost 20 years. 20 years ago. Now, I met the plaintiff. I met the plaintiff when we were doing the reparations case. Well, there was a town hall in City Hall where I was asked to speak, and I was one of the youngest people to speak at a town hall for reparations in New York City. I was a speaker. Oh my God! So all of these new people talking about reparations.
Wait, if you were a speaker and you're misrepresenting reparations, and you pretty much concluded that it's almost impossible for us to get, then that means you were a speaker speaking against reparations. You were talking like this. I wouldn't brag about that, my guy.
Oh my God! I'm just meeting them. Okay, so in the beginning of the case, here goes the plaintiff lawyers, here goes the defendant lawyers, and what this case was generally about, I'm gonna summarize it, was that the plaintiff, Ginger Pellman Farmer Pellman, she decided to have a case against corporations that insured slavery, insured the enslaved.
Okay, so now he's going to be correct for the first time. So you see, family, when he tried to involve himself in it, now he's going to represent the case correctly, and it's going to contradict everything he said earlier. Watch this.
Now,
because earlier he said the judge dismissed it down because it was bad, and it was bad. It was poorly put together, but that's not why he said it. He said that's the real facts about the case, why it was struck down. It was poorly put together. It was argued incorrectly, but he didn't say that. His conclusion was it was we can't sue on behalf of our ancestors, and we're not just solely doing that. We're suing on behalf of our ancestors and ourselves in 2026 because it's a continuous harm. So he misrepresented us there. Then he said it's too long. He said 150 years plus, you can't do that. And we just showed you not only the Sioux Indians or Native people sued on behalf of or got awarded reparation on behalf of their ancestors, but it was 100 years. So like that debunked all that. So everything he argued why we can't get it's race-based, it's lineage-based. You can't get everything he said why we can't get reparations. He's about to go against it all right now.
So now you would think that she could identify her own relatives that were insured. Okay, that's what you call standing. And the court seized upon that. Then they seized on some other things that we will read about tolling, statute of limitations. They will say that this happened over 150 years ago and the courts can't deal with it. Another thing that they will deal with is the suit should have been dismissed anyway because it's a political question and that the federal courts is not the best venue to deal with this. It should be.
Okay, that's another lie. The dude just lying. He just lying.
Dealt with Congress, Senate, the president, and in local.
I already went through courts already. Reparations paid through courts already, so he's just lying.
Courts. These are the things that we have learned. Okay, so this is the introduction by the Judge Posner, who is usually pretty fair, but he did law, right? He alerted us to some things. 9 suits were filed in federal district court around the country seeking monetary relief under both federal and state law for harm stemming from the enslavement of Black people in America, not FBAs, right? The enslavement of.
Okay, so now this is a stupid fool at this point. Not African Americans either, brother reject. You see how that works? And by the way, Black people. Okay, then you ask these goofies, what does FBA stand for? They'll say foundational, but then that B part, they'll be like, no, go ahead and say it. Black people, stupid. Now, I don't see the word African there. So you read black there and FBA. The B stands for black. Where is the African in what you're reading? So this ain't cook us, it cooked you, my guy.
I will say that this happened over 150 years ago, and the courts can't deal with it. Another thing that they will deal with is the suit should have been dismissed anyway because it's a political question, and that the federal courts is not the best venue to deal with this. It should be dealt with Congress, Senate, the president, and in local courts.
In local courts. All right. Again, this is a fool. Hold on. This is a fool. Let me cook him again. Blah, 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 blah. Hold on. Let me cook him again. Okay. So the political question, right, is about standing issues, right? The court raises, you gotta standing issues, political question doctrine, and statute of limitations, right? So the case he keep referencing that flopped, they couldn't do that. Okay, that particular lawsuit was weak and improperly structured, so they couldn't meet the demands of the courts, the political question doctrine. So the court looked at this particular claim, the Pellman, which the one he's reading, as a bad case, a bad structure, put together claim for reparations. They seen it as invalid. What do they got to do with our claims of today? What we're doing, what we're putting forward? That ain't the same. We seen those barriers, we seen those obstacles, and we played ninja. We got around them. But this old fool is out here lying. And it's a good thing nobody listen to this guy. You can't listen to the guy. I know half of y'all asleep.
These are the things that we have learned. Okay, so this is the introduction by the Judge Posner, who is usually pretty fair, but he did law, right? He alerted us to some things. 9 suits were filed in federal district court around the country seeking monetary relief under both federal and state law for harm stemming from the enslavement of Black people in America. Not FBAs.
No, foundational Black Americans, not Africans, not tethers. You dig?
Right? The enslavement of Black people in America. A 10th suit by the Hurdle group of plaintiffs made similar claims but were filed in a state court and then removed by the defendants to a federal court. The multi-district litigation panel consolidated all the suits into district court in Chicago for pre-trial proceedings. Once there, the plaintiffs all but the
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I took a risk, family. I was supposed to do this last night, but I was like, damn, nobody gonna pull up. Because every time I play this guy, nobody pulls up. But I said, I got to do this just for a reference video. Family, some videos I do, I know are going to be boring, but I got to do it just for documentation purposes. So when people look up these things, my video be amongst those or be the only one. So that's why this was like a take one for the team type shit. You dig? I had to take one for the team, the FBA team.
Hurdle plaintiffs, about whom more shortly filed a consolidated complaint, and since venue in Chicago was proper, in any event, not objected to by the parties other than the Hurdle group, whose objections we consider later in this opinion. The district court was unquestionably ruling on a host of pretrial motions. The suits are a series of more than 50 of them, which the borrowers defaulted.
So I don't got to read him reading it because that doesn't matter. It's his comprehension that we got to play. We got to listen to how he comprehended what he read. That is the part where we come in and debunk him. So not the reading is okay. We can all read that. We don't need the reading, right? We don't need the narration. We need you to come up with your conclusion, my guy. And that's what shows that you're slow.
Of another basis for the federal and was one of the defendants on black people is to apply state law goes to the defendants that require that and it's a political question. Oh, my ancestors, our people, the court does not deal with that.
Wait, one more time.
Any federal reparations case, any federal reparations case on descendants of slavery, we would, Ben says that we would have to tear down the compromise of 1850 and 1877. What do you mean by that?
Got him. Yeah. Oh, you didn't know about this one? You didn't know about the 18? So somebody in the chat cooked him. I mean, he didn't understand it. A guy who's supposed to be like good at this, which we know he's horrible.
Just ancestor, your ancestors, right? And the harm that's done to quantify damages and occurred. And then you have to persuade the court to toll, meaning to kind of set aside the statute of limitations. If you can't do that, and it's a political question, it may be a political question rather than a federal question, off you go. We are going to dismiss any case, any federal reparations case, any federal reparations case on descendants of slavery. We would, Ben says that we would have to tear down the compromise of 1850 and 1877. What do you mean by that? Just help me with that. I think I know what you're saying, but what the court just said is that you have to identify your ancestors and the harm to them and convince the court. So you can't just be talking about ghost people. I'm like, oh,
okay, so it looked like he got busted and he tried to go somewhere else. This dude is just horrible. A huge deceiver.
Ancestors, people who are. That is an argument that we should pursue. The court is going to do to its shareholders long.
Yeah, I got revenue saying his hero was a liar. That was hilarious. His hero, Jeremy Clark, hilarious.
Long ago, all to one side. There is a fatal disconnect between the victims and the plaintiffs. Wow. There is a fatal disconnect between the victims, meaning those who were enslaved, our ancestors.
No, they're talking about that case, my guy.
And us that are suing on behalf of them. When a person is wronged, he can seek redress. And if he wins, his descendants may benefit, but the wrong to the ancestor is not a wrong to the descendants. Comments on that? When a person is wrong.
Yeah, the comments are stop the cat.
Americans began to make a case is on to be on right, because law requires very specific things. So what FBA is to mean tens of millions of people over centuries, not related, with no single demonstrable ancestor and no strict maternal or paternal lines. History. Now, the problem is with this is that we're asking the government of the United States, whether federal, state, local, government to give us reparations. And according to the Foundation of Black Americans, the group, that they have been the loudest voice on reparations in the last 5 years. The loudest voice. Louder than ADOS, louder than the Institute of the Black World, louder than any of the court cases, louder than Attorney Ogletree, louder than Claude Anderson, right? They're thinking. Then when they started there,
yeah, so basically he's just gonna babble over and over and over. So, but we did enough, right? We did enough where we debunked all of his claims, showed that he has a comprehension problem. He misrepresented the cases, and the case was by itself. So the case is the case. So whatever issues, whatever legal issues they had, that had nothing to do with FBA. He tried to extend their legal complications to us and what we're doing today. Like, no. Whatever they failed at, that's what they failed at. We're in 2026. We know everything they know and everything they didn't know. All right. So we got the best case for reparations. We know what we're doing. We're delineating. We're getting the wording right. We're at the federal government, and we're not shy to hold states accountable as well. We're doing both. But the real payout won't be with states, like the money that can help close the wealth gap, right? The racial wealth gap, that's going to come through the federal government. Make no mistake in that. All right, Donnie, man, FBA. Yeah, nobody's black in America besides us, but even more, nobody's black in the world besides us. So I don't just focus on America. My argument is there are no black people in the world. There never was any black people in the world. The only black people to ever exist are Foundation Black Americans. Everybody else were never black. They already had an identity, and somebody who was an outsider, an op, called them a word that wasn't BLACK because they did not speak English. You dig? So whatever they called them, they're that. Well, they're not that, but that was what they were called. Okay, but they already had an identity. So somebody just can't look at you and rename you. Somebody can't, like, you know what I mean? An outsider, an op, a colonizer, a white tea man, Arab man can't look at you and say, you're no longer Nubian. You're no longer Kushite. You are now Balad al Sudan. That's not how that works. You call everybody on this earth originally called themselves something. All right. Now, somebody could come behind you and colonize you, enslave you, and try to rename you. But we know that you already named yourself something. And whatever you named yourself, I don't care. I just know it wasn't BLACK. I'm speaking English when I talk to you guys. I'm saying we're the only BLACK people to ever exist. The link is there. If I'm missing something, if I need some straightening, the link is there. Click the link. Let's have a conversation. You could even play devil's advocate, like George Macon, Street Media TV, like the brother the other day. You can even play devil's advocate where I'm not debating you. I'm debating the pushback, the potential pushback. I don't mind it because you're preparing me for the potential pushback from a white T, Tether, or whoever out there. You dig? So I would even welcome devil's advocate arguments, the pushback. Well, what if they say this? Well, what if they say that? I will welcome that. Like I want to iron sharpens iron. Call in. I want to sharpen my iron. You dig? I want to have a joust. You feel me? Call in anybody that has some. Okay, well, what if they say this? Because maybe you're arguing this somewhere. Maybe you're arguing we're the only black people to ever exist. Again, this is beyond America. I don't want anybody to box me in. No, I'm saying ever to exist. but I'm focused on America because that's where we're at, right? And Tariq Nasheed made it easier just to say Foundation Black Americans. So Tariq Nasheed saying, "All right, look, we ain't gonna argue black too much here. We're just Foundation Black Americans." So so Tariq Nasheed argument is you whatever you want to be. You want to be black, you're black, but you're not foundational. You're not a Foundation Black American. And I'm saying I like that too, but I like to even go further. I like to sweep up everything, not just sweep it up under the rug. I want to sweep it up in the dustpan, throw it in the trash. So I want to get rid of the notion that they're black in any sense. BLACK. Okay. So anybody who wants to give some pushback, who's arguing this and they facing adversity and they need, okay, well, what should I say if they say this? If you're there, click that link. I got you. You dig? I really researched this thing in and out. Okay. And I want all of the potential pushback that I might not already answered or addressed. That might blindside me in the future. If you got that, throw it at me so I can be ready today for later. So Mason Black says his name Mason Black. Good name. Mason Black is a good name. He said, yes, there are blacks in Canada, Nova Scotia, the only place in Canada with black roots. All right, well, let me hear about it. I mean, why withhold the truth? Click the link and let's talk about it. You know, and like I said, like I want to know what you know, so I don't be on Fox News. You did getting beat up by Pierce Morgan or somebody, Tucker Carlson. So yeah, so or Ann Coulter, somebody. So if y'all know something that I don't know that might cause an issue with me, if y'all really my family, call in. Let's talk about it so I can be prepared when I face real opposition. You dig, the devil themselves. So yeah, Mason, hey man, click the link. Let's hear what you got to say. I'm an honest, fair person. I'm not going to be screaming your head off and like that. Just as long as you got manners and hospitality. You feel me? Yeah, man. Click the link. Let's have the discussion. Let me put the link back in the chat. Okay. Because you know what I mean? Oh shit. That ain't it. Sorry. Because if you decide not to call in, I'm just gonna end the live and we're out of here. You feel me? Gotta take my son to the park. So real quick, Mason Black. Click the link. And or if you want the phone number, I got a phone number too. But real quick, click the link and let me hear what you got, and I could do some research and be prepared. If another person bring that argument towards me, I could have like a prepared rebuttal. So Mason Black, if you want, click that link. If not, we're out of here. As this day end up getting better, I'm gonna head myself to the park. Got my son like a little scooter from Walmart. So I'm gonna give Mason Black, a little time to, if you want the phone number, if that works better for you, I'll provide the phone number. But I want to hear your position so I can be prepared for this later down the road. If you're not trolling, because you could be trolling. You could be one of these guys that's trolling to like rage bait, you dig? So I'm waiting for Mason Black to click the link or ask for the phone number or tell me you don't have time. Like let me know so I could just move on. But right now we're in a state of waiting on you. It looks like Mason Black is he even in chat? Did he leave? Yep, we got the only living culture. Okay. Nah, Mason Black's still here. Hmm. Mason Black, we're waiting on you, my guy. Yeah, he's a cosplaying lawyer. Yeah, that's sad. He's a pseudo lawyer. All right, so Mason is not interested. All right, no problem. Let me see if the other two guys who was supposed to hop on is willing to hop on. If not, I'm gonna call this one out. Call this an end show. Let me see. Hold on. Do not do that. Let me see. Do you think we owe reparations to others? Who did we oppress? Who did we enslave? Who did we colonize where we owe reparations? And reparations, that's a big word. You gotta understand, like, just because you harm somebody don't mean it's reparations. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you could get your civil rights violated. You're not owed reparations. You're owed civil rights compensation. You feel me? So who did we harm where we owe reparations? So let me know that one. Okay. Well, thank you, Mason Black. Yeah, that's all. Like, if you're not able to click the link, it's okay. It's all good. All right. So maybe later on I go live later on tonight. We can chop it up because tomorrow I'm going to the gym, so I probably won't be live until like after 12. But if you're at work, then if I go live later on tonight, I think I will go live later on tonight. You can pull up and we'll have a good dialogue. If you're available around like 8:39 p.m. Eastern time, let me know, Mason Black, and I'll go live and we can have the conversation then. You feel me? I'll title the show that, and I'll play Tariq Nasheed video with Black, and but there's some good content. There's good information out here. Okay, yeah. So let me know, Mason Black, if you're free at later tonight. It don't gotta be next live. It could be tonight. But let me know so I can know to expect you, because other folks probably gonna call in, and then I ain't gonna, like, I don't do too many calls at one time. You feel me? So when you call in, I might not want. I mean, I might just be me and you for a while, or if somebody else calling before you, it might be me and that person. So I want to reserve a spot for you. Why that Hood Smart name sound familiar? And it had me thinking, also due to the Africans trying to pull us. Okay, so DSA said this was a question. He said, I heard off of Hood Smart. And yeah, but you didn't give us any context. Like, so what Taya Carter is asking you, like, give us some context. Like, who's the we? And so that's her question. My question is, who would we owe it to? So if that's something Hood Smart said, let me know the context. Like right now, you said like really nothing. Yeah, but you gotta give me the context of what his show is about as far as us owing, or we. Who's the we, and who's the we, and if it's foundational Black Americans, who did we harm? Right. So I need to know those two questions. Who are the we? And if it's FBAs, who did we harm? That's the two questions. Then I could give you a sound answer if we owe reparations to anybody. CEO Taz Co 870 says Black Americans from the upper East Coast area did in fact go to Nova Scotia during and after the War of 1812. Y'all have to stay American prior to the 1960s civil rights era. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like, yeah, if somebody's Black American and they traveled across the world, yeah, they Black. Yo, we're Black American no matter where we go. Like a Haitian's a Haitian no matter where they go. Irish person's Irish no matter where they go, and a goddamn Puerto Rican's a Puerto Rican no matter where they go. You dig? You got cool people in every ethnic group. Like, there's no such thing. That's why I don't fall for the Jewish thing. I don't believe all Jews are bad. I believe there's bad people in every ethnic group, and I won't condemn a whole ethnic group. So that's why, like, that don't work with me. It does not work with Tariq Nasheed. Don't work with smart people. We're not going to condemn a whole ethnic group because of a few bad apples. Nah. You got bad apples in the FBA ethnic group. So, no, we don't do that. We call out people by name, you dig, and by actions. You do devilishment, you're a devil. Period. He didn't say it was a question though. Okay, I'm lost. He didn't say it was a question that was asked. All right, so but you still DSA. You're not feeling Kazin. You asked this. You said, do we owe anybody reparations? So I'm assuming the we was FBA. Tyre Carter wanted to be specific. She didn't want to leave it to any doubt. She asked, who is the we? You never addressed that. And then I said, and who would the harm group be that we will owe? You didn't answer that. So I'm completely lost at your comment now because you didn't fill it in with any more information. So I'm lost. CEO Ties Co 870 says Hood Smart ain't never said we owe reparations. Yeah, I don't believe anybody on this earth that self-acknowledge themselves as FBA would say we owe reparations. That's why I needed more context. I don't. That's why I'm saying I don't believe any. For the most part, when FBA acknowledge themselves as FBA, we're like almost completely on code. Like even a young brother called in the other day who gave me a little pushback. I don't believe he's off code. I think he's on code. Now he kind of scared me a little bit because he's arguing a little hard for the tethers. But if he is FBA, I don't think he's a problem. Let me see. So DSA says if we FBA that were over here beefing with other tribes like Creek and Choctaw, for example, what we owe, which is what I mean. Well, listen, mutual combat is mutual combat. So I'm being hypothetical with you. Mutual combat is mutual combat. You don't owe if you get your ass kicked. So like let's say, for example, the Asante tribe fights a war with the Igbo tribe. No, if whoever loses, the winner doesn't owe them anything. Like that's called mutual combat. So if FBAs got into it, if anything, the tribes will owe us. Yeah, you might want to know a little bit of history. Freedmen are two different categories. Freedmen are people who were formerly enslaved by Europeans and people formerly enslaved by the what they call them? What's the tribe? What's the proper term? Family? I forgot. But the indigenous tribes, or you want to say the Red Indians. So that would be that. We said Chickasaw. You named particular tribes. Again, I'm with Tariq Nasheed. I don't know of an intact tribe. Okay, I don't know of an intact tribe throughout 400 years of white dominance in this country. I don't know of that. Like for them to not be mixed in at all is to tell us like somehow they escaped enslavement, and it gets real tricky from there. Like all that's going to do is provide more questions. It's not going to give answers. It's going to provide more questions. And if you're going to join, make it quick because if you're going to join now because I'm ready to hang it up. Okay. You need to call in because the chat is getting on you. We're on code, and any smell of foul play, we are quick to, and I'm cool with that. I encourage that. I say we need to be like the Jewish people as far as never again as an attitude. Anything that smells like anti-FBA, we need to just call that shit out, condemn it, jump to conclusions, just like them. Those Jewish people, you ain't being anti-Semitic at all, and they will be all over your case calling you anti-Semitic. So we need to be the same way, FBAs. Anything that remotely smells like anti-FBA rhetoric, defamation rhetoric, we need to just call it out, call people names. I don't give a damn. Disown, excommunicate until they can exonerate themselves. You dig? But DA say it looked like you're running out of time. Maybe catch me tonight. I'm out of here, my guy. Hey, family, thank you for. Okay, he's coming in. Hold on. Dang. I get off. All right, he's coming in.
Hello?
Yes, sir. What's going on, my brother?
Not much. What's good with you, man?
You know, the lineage is like, yo, what's up with DSA?
Look, I'm asking a question. I don't know about all y'all up here getting a whole attitude and flipping the fuck out. Y'all need to calm that shit down. Straight up. That real shit. What I said was, and what I was trying to get across was, I heard the question being asked on HoodSmart. And the question was, if we were over here in America beefing with each other, and I used Choctaw and Chickasaw just to throw something out there real quick.
Okay. Yeah.
If we was over here beefing with each other, having fights and doing whatever, and was selling each other to each other, and I even put it in his YouTube chat that enslavement and indentured servitude are two different things. That's separate, because if you enslaved, you're gonna go through a whole bunch of stuff, and then servitude, you're gonna get out of it. You can either, like you said, be born out of it, pay your way out of it, and I forgot the third thing. But what I was asking was along the lines of that question that was asked on his show, because I never said he said it. I said it was a question asked on his show. If you was, not you, but people trying to jump down somebody's throat thinking everybody a tether or whatever. Anyway.
Well, we gotta be like that though. You know, like even you should be like that. Like when you hear something kind of crazy. Okay, cool. Okay, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
What was HoodSmart answer to that?
He didn't. From what I remember, he didn't say that we will owe anybody reparations. It was basically going along the lines of what you just said. If you beefing and you lose, you just lost. It's over and done with.
Right.
That's basically what his answer was. and look, and when you ask that question, I'm trying to think back like, okay, wait a minute, hold up. How did this question go verbatim? But I had seen the video like 3 hours ago, and I'm handling business right now. You feel me?
Okay, yeah. It's just you got your ass kicked. You know, that's family shit. Like for example, if we tussle and you whoop my ass, that's it. Like ain't nobody from lineage gonna be like, yo, DSA, you wrong, yo. Nah, that's mutual combat. We both agree I lost. Period.
Yeah, and the crazy part about it, oh my bad, I ain't mean to cut you off. I just want to throw this out there real quick because I'm gonna get off so you can go do your thing and I go do my thing. And the part about it was, I think it was, let's just say a tether, or I'll just say that, a tether that did ask that question as to the reason why he answered it like that. So you were saying, if I come across something, how would I be able to deal with it? So I'm like, dang, here's a question. Let me throw it to Ron and see what he would think, just in case he come across that, dealing with an answer
I like
somebody in that area.
But you should have added context to that. You should have said, hey, let me ask you something they might ask, something like that, you know, where we're not, you know, because I'm telling you, yo, listen, we need to be reactive. We need to be very reactive or any wording that sound like it's against lineage. We need to be very active.
I know, and I was trying to do it like that, but you know, YouTube only allow you so many characters, so I was trying to summarize all that, what I just said, in 120, 140 characters, without trying to sound like a tether, you know what I mean? So I was trying to do it like that without getting jumped on.
Right. Nah, but that's good though. Like that means, hey, yo, when that happens, that means that your lineage is thorough. You know, we ain't taking shit. Now, if they was docile and ain't say nothing to that right there, that means that we ain't ready, man. But the fact that people was like piranhas on your ass, that means that we are ready. This shit is working. We are delineating. And I love it.
I agree. I agree, but at the same time, you come at me, I'm gonna come back at you. I ain't with that.
Yeah, I got you. Like, for example, if I came into HoodSmart or Afro-Elite and I said some weird shit that, or it came off weird, but I didn't, how I meant it in the chat, cook me, I would love it. Like, cause that's my people. I'm like, yes.
Yeah, I rock with both of them. So yeah. So that's a definite, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna let you go, man. Go do your thing. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna try to chop it up with you later.
Yes, sir. All right, man. Take care, brother. Peace.
All right, you too, man. Be easy.
Thank you. Yeah, family. Yeah, I love that. Like I said, I'm dead ass. If I said something where I ain't put in the best words, and the FBA chat cooked me because they're not familiar with me, I will not be offended at all. I will definitely call in to explain myself, but I would love the fact that we own it like that. We should be piranhas, yo. Anything, I'm a big advocate of, if it smells like disrespect, go at them. Nigga, you are guilty until proven innocent. You dig? In our lineage, you are guilty. If we sniff you off cold and you want some coon shit or some, you might be a tether, you are guilty. You gotta prove you ain't. I'm with that because I can easily prove I ain't. You dig on that goofy shit. But yeah, that's our thing. You're guilty until you prove yourself as a lineage. You know what I mean? You with the lineage. You're of the lineage. I'm with that 100%. Okay. Yeah, but that did sound like a tether question. Probably who called in his show. CEO Taz Co 870 says that has nothing to do with the reclassification, land theft, forcible removal, etc. that happened to our folks on this soul. This is the reason for filing reparations claim. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the see, that's the thing. Like, that's why I did this live. You feel me? I probably got to do it again because we didn't get enough people to learn from the live. So down the future, I know he's boring as hell, and maybe I just talk about it. Maybe I just go over the court cases myself. You dig? And don't have them involved at all. Maybe I do that where it's just us, the family, and no boring ass professors where people would tune in. So I can't even fault people for not pulling up on his live because the dude is boring as shit. I was half asleep listening to this guy. Try to make this video. All right. So yeah, they said the question sounded crazy at first. It did sound crazy because I'm like, like one thing you can't do is equate FBAs with oppressors, right? Or in any form, shape. That's not gonna work out. Like we're probably the only people on earth to never oppress somebody for some bullshit. Like we are genuinely a gem in the rough. Like we are those people. I'm not ashamed to say that. So Jewish people think they are those people. I know we are those people. You dig? We ain't do nobody harm. We cape for everybody, white, black, other, foreigner. We cape for everybody. We are those ones. I'm not going to apologize. I'm not going to act like we're equal. No, we're better. You dig? I'm not one of those people who act like we're equal. No, sir. No, ma'am. We're better. We're those ones. You feel me? You want the world to be correct. You want the world to have no wars. You want the shit to be right. Fair society, fair world. You FBAs need to be in charge. It could be a sister. It could be a brother. I give it a goddamn elder. It could be a young Malcolm type. I don't care. FBAs need to be in charge. You want this world better. You feel me? So with that, I ain't gonna apologize. I'm on that 10 toes. I don't give, you know what I mean? It is what it is. If I got to be assassinated because of that, then it's just gonna be what it is. But I feel good standing on truth. I feel good with my life. Throughout all my shortcomings, I feel good that I'm standing on business and the lineage trust me. You dig? So with that, whatever it got to be after that, it got to be that, and just keep my name and in circulation. Something happened to me, whatever.